they don't want you to, but
Okay.
yeah. Here we go. But yeah, this visualization here is, of course, two galaxies kind of colliding and recolliding, but it is making these kind of halos and star streams between them.
Yep.
And that little dot right there is an ejected black hole, as it just said. So
it's a nice simulation.
yeah.
Say, Scott, excuse me, should I bow out for a little while until it's my turn to come in?
Go ahead, Tony.
Should I go offline until it's time my turn to come in?
It's up to you. It's up to you. Some
Okay,
people
I have a few things I need to do.
Yeah, go ahead. You're logging on correctly and everything, so you're all good.
And then just so we're on the same page with time zones, I should be in about 1 hour and 15 minutes.
Yeah. If you watch kind of your place in the queue, like in
I'll be
replay,
watching. Yeah.
Then
Okay.
you'll see John Briggs come on, and then
All
of
right.
course you're on right. He's going to be introducing you. So
Okay.
okay.
Good. All right. Well,
All
I'll
right.
be around.
Okay. Thanks,
right.
Tony.
Sure.
So looks like it's just me and you, David. So we'll have to do the whole show by ourselves.
Well, we're going to have to increase the percentage of profanity then. If you and I are going to carry the whole show.
That's right. And I'm going to have to mix some cocktails, I guess.
Yes, indeed.
Yeah. Well, I'll try to be a good boy. I'll try to be a good boy.
There are a lot of good subjects queued up for tonight again.
Oh, yeah. Yeah, I'm excited about it. So
yeah, these are quite good shows that you've put together.
Yeah, it's just, it's the people like yourself, okay, that come on and really make it what it is, so, we've been fortunate to have, a global audience and sometimes to have actually some of those people in the audience come on our show as well, which I really love. But yeah, I mean, we've had, it was a little unexpected about Robert Fugate being on last Global Star Party, and even more unexpected, he's going to be on again tonight. So Tony Cook is just an amazing amateur astronomer, but kind of also a great historian like John Briggs and yourself are. I mean, you guys all know a lot about what happened before, and so that's really cool.
And they have that LA heritage of Tony being in the city and John being at Mount Wilson years ago, and so they know that culture of Mount Wilson and the LA basin very, very well.
Oh yeah.
Yeah.
Can you imagine how kind of heady all of that stuff was when they're starting to build the 60-inch and then the 100-inch, and then they start work on the 200-inch, and it's like that had to be, it was the center of the professional astronomy universe,
It certainly was. And I wrote that the introduction to my Galaxies book talked about, in 1923, LA was a city of barely 1 million people. And, Michelson had just won the Nobel Prize at Caltech. And, Amelia Earhart was taking flying lessons.
David Levy or one other.
Hold on for a second. I need to take that.
Okay.
For some reason, David was not able to get the Zoom link, but he's got it now, so he'll
Oh,
be on in
good.
a moment.
Good. Excellent.
Yep.
I was hoping there wasn't some complication with him that was troubling.
Yeah.
Well, I'm glad he's with us.
Me too. I really like this quote by Henry Weston.
That's great. Yeah. Yeah. Very nice. You're really good at finding good quotations.
There's so much out there, you know, so
Yes.
here we are.
Aha. There we go.
Hello, everyone. Can you hear me?
We can hear
Yes.
you.
Hello, David.
Hello, David.
We've got electrons streaming right on through to Tucson now.
Yeah.
But I was starting to ask you, David, about these stellar streams. And it seems like they're mostly, what I've found so far is that they're mostly connected with black holes. But are there other reasons for, or more accepted reasons for these stellar streams?
Well, I think most of them occur as stars and gas as galaxies encounter each other, and the tidal forces pull material out of a galaxy. Like this allegedly will happen with the Milky Way and the Andromeda galaxy eventually as well. And so it has happened with various dwarf galaxies that have been eaten by the Milky Way over time. Sagdig, it's happening with it right now. And the Magellanic clouds have contributed the Magellanic stream of stars and gas as well. So I think the most normal way for stellar streams to form is extragalactic encounters.
I see.
And some of them, it's amazing, are quite long lasting. It's funny, we think of things moving and encounters over time, but these things take so long. We really are seeing still frames of a movie, so
yeah,
things that don't exist very long in astronomical terms seem kind of permanent as we see them.
And we've got Lyrid meteor showers going on, right?
Yeah, there's the
Yes, indeed.
peak, I think later this week.
Yeah.
Orion's too.
Orion is, yeah. And what about this other meteor shower? Tony Cook was bringing this up. I'll let him talk about it some, but there's this possible new meteor shower, something like that.
Yeah, it was in the ALPO journal. Although I don't really know much about it, but it's coming up around the same time as the Lyrids, I think.
I only had a few minutes to talk to Tony about this particular meteor shower, but he said that possibly it might be the biggest meteor shower of all time. So that's a big claim.
Yeah.
Yes,
We'll
it is.
see.
Yep.
quite a claim.
I can drop in if you'd like.
Yeah, could you?
Yeah, no, what this is the so-called 73P id shower. It's from comet Schwarzman 3 that broke up in 1995. And although it still continues to exist in various nuclei that are spread out, but it made quite a mess in 1995 and broke up even more in 2006. And we're supposed to go very close, only 37,000 miles or 0.0004 AU from the 1995 stream of debris. So a lot of, the people who predict meteor storms and stuff like that with admittedly varying accuracy think that the rates could be up to 150,000 per hour for a brief time around
Wow.
5 hours UT on the May 30th. And I don't know if you remember it, but Hubble got like spectacular movies of the nuclei breaking up and stuff. So it all depends on what the ejection velocity of the fragments are. But there's a French guy, I think his name's like Valboyan or something, who back in 2006 calculated that they should be high enough to produce a storm that night. And some of the particles could be pretty big, so there's a possibility of them also being very bright. And there's also a possibility of not much happening. But there's actually several streams from that comet that will be hitting that night. So
Could be a lot
so
of meteors that
you're
come from all
almost
different
guaranteed
sources.
about 50 per hour, which is pretty good. But
Sure.
it could keep growing and very briefly reach stronger than the Leonids in 1966.
Wow.
So
Mm.
whether or not it happens, I think people would be foolish not to at least watch for it, because it's early in the evening in the US.
And it just so happens that the moon is ideally placed.
Yeah, it's new right at that time.
Yeah.
And the radiant is very close to M3. Normally that comet produces a much weaker shower, which is like 1 an hour, called the Tau Herculids. But this one, because it's from an off stream from fragments, has a different radiant and a different maximum time and stuff. So sounds good to me.
Yeah.
I'm
Hopefully
gonna watch anyway.
the clouds are ideally placed too. So, that's my hope.
Did any of you see the 1966 Leonid shower, by the way? Because I have one friend who
No.
did, and the thing about it is that it's as different in experience, say for a meteor shower, as an annular eclipse is, say, from a total eclipse. So it's a very, very different experience where you almost feel like you're rushing through space because of the numbers of particles coming towards you.
That's amazing. That's amazing.
It fills the sky with like snowflakes, and it's not like, oh, there's a meteor and there's a meteor. It's 40 per
Right,
second
it's
at
everywhere.
that rate. So,
Wow. That's cool.
Mhm.
Well, guys, we are going to get started. Here we go.
A black hole is a single point in space that has a lot of mass. One of the ways that we look for black holes is to develop new instruments and new technologies that can try to search for them. As we've observed black holes, including the supermassive black hole in the center of our galaxy, because it has such a strong gravity, because it has lots of mass, stars will orbit black holes. And as stars get closer and closer to the center of the black hole, as it crosses over the event horizon, what will happen is that the material of these stars will get shredded apart because the gravitational pull of a black hole is so strong that the material of the stars gets pulled apart. But there is an event horizon, which is the point at which the black hole's gravity starts to pull you so much that you can't escape. So as you approach the black hole, you'll feel its pull. But then as you get closer and closer and closer towards the event horizon, that's the point of no return, so you couldn't escape past that. The easiest way to think of a black hole is just like anything that has mass. So the Earth has mass. And one of the reasons that the moon orbits around the Earth is because the gravitational attraction of these two massive bodies. And so Earth is distorting the space around the moon. And so that's what keeps the moon in orbit. And so now take that to an extreme. So take something that's as massive as the sun, or as massive as 1,000,000 suns, and put it at a single point. And that distortion that you get is coming from that amount of mass in a single point. Black holes vary in size a lot. We know that black holes can be formed by massive stars exploding and then collapsing into the singular point. And those give us black holes that are about the mass of the sun. So those are solar mass black holes. However, we also know at the center of galaxies, like the Milky Way, there are supermassive black holes. And these are millions or even billions of times the mass of the sun. And how these form is actually a mystery. Studying black holes really gives us a fundamental insight into how gravity works, because it's such a small physical scale, but it's a supermassive object. And so understanding how black holes work and the interactions of black holes in other parts of the universe really give us a fundamental insight that we could then use to think about how our own solar system works. And so if we can understand how black holes work, it'll give us a key to really understanding our universe.
Can't hear you, Scotty.
Right? How about now?
That's better. Now
Is that better?
Yeah.
For the third time, everybody, I wanted to, if you didn't already read my lips, welcome to the 91st Global Star Party. We have an exciting lineup of people here that I'm proud to have join us. Of course, we're real excited. Terex says, Scott, buy 4 microphones. If I bought 4 microphones, then we'd have 4 echoes going on. It would be crazy. Anyways, yes, I was muted. But it's fun to see all you guys out there. I hope that you really enjoy Global Star Party tonight. You've got some new people that have come on, like Anthony Cook from Griffith Observatory. Robert Fugate joins us once again to talk about astrophotography. And we also have Jonathan Fay from Worldwide Telescope. He's going to be joining us for the first time. So that will be, very exciting. But maybe also more exciting is all the people that are regularly on Global Star Party that to come and love because they're now, of course, my friends, but they're your friends too. So the theme of stellar streams is an interesting one because stellar streams have been only recently discovered. When I say recently, I mean in the last few decades. But there's so much interaction that goes on in galaxies with halos and streams of stars, and I'm still learning about it myself. But I thought it would make a nice theme to have some quotes about and maybe some thoughts about, not only in what astronomers call stellar streams, but kind of metaphorically about the stellar stream as we connect ourselves to the universe. But our first speaker, as usual, is David Levy. David always sets the tone and the pace for Global Star Party, and he always has an amazing quote or a poem to share with us. So I'm going to turn it over to you, David.
Thank you, Scott, and it's good to be here tonight. And a little bit later, we're going to hear from Anthony Cook, possibly about a major meteor shower that might take place on the 30th of May of this year. We do have the Lyrids coming up this week, but on the 30th of May, there may be a really wonderful shower. I first read about this last week, a beautiful, beautiful article in the Journal of the Association of Lunar and Planetary Observers about it. And I'm looking forward to hearing what Anthony has to say about it today. It could be a doozy, or it could be nothing. You never know. Scott, you really hit it out of the park today with your introduction to today's Global Star Party. From Henry Beston in 1928, for a moment of night, we have a glimpse of ourselves and of our world, islanded in its stream of stars, pilgrims of mortality, engaging between our horizons across the universe and across the seas of space and time. I first heard about Henry Beston as the day after the June 21st eclipse of the sun in 2001. I was at the Lusaka, Zambia International Airport, hurrying to get on a plane, when I found the following quotation engraved in bronze on the wall, and I just stopped what I was doing and copied it, and here it is. It has nothing whatsoever to do with astronomy. Here goes. Man in civilization surveys the creature through the glass of his knowledge and sees thereby a feather magnified and the whole image in distortion. Creatures of the wild, we patronize them for their incompleteness, for their tragic fate of having taken form so far below ourselves, and therein we err, and greatly err, for the animals shall not be measured by man. In a world older and more complete than ours, they move finished and complete, gifted with extensions of the senses we have lost or never attained, living by voices we shall never hear. They are not brethren, they are not underlings, they are other nations caught with ourselves in the net of life and time, fellow prisoners of the splendor and travail of the earth. This was 1949 in the Outermost House, and Scotty's quotation was 1928. And so with those quotations, I now give it back to Scott. Thank you.
Okay.
Thank you.
Thank you, David. Thank you. I'm going to have to do some more reading about Henry Beston. But that's awesome. Thank you, David. Up next is John Goss, and he is with the Astronomical League. John has spent many years with the league supporting amateur astronomers, leading the organization, at least, I believe, 2 terms as president. And he has devoted so much energy and time to amateur astronomers, to organizations, to clubs getting started, to their own conventions, all of this stuff, and the awards that they do. So the more you dive into the Astronomical League, you're going to find that they have probably the best and most numerous collection of observing programs, maybe some of the best and most numerous of the annual awards that they give out, for lifetime achievement. They also recognize youth in astronomy. And I think that that's really special to me, that they, do recognize youth through the Jack Horkheimer Award and also the National Young Astronomers Award. I think that they're also, and David Levy's very involved with this, there is a section of the Astronomical League that is also becoming kind of its own thing for youth. And so that is all important. And we all recognize that as we get closer to the next moon landing, the next, taking the baby steps maybe to colonize Mars, it will be youth that leads the way. They will be telling stories about how boots once again, landed in the soil, the gray soil of the moon, to their kids and grandkids and so on. So I'm excited for them because I certainly remember the Apollo era, and it's about to happen all over again. So really fantastic time to be involved in astronomy. And if you are, if you're a grandparent or a parent and you're listening to this, astronomy is a great gateway science that almost anybody can do. And, it doesn't have to be real expensive. It can actually be free. There's library telescopes out there. There's astronomy clubs through the league that can really help you get started as well. So the Astronomical League has over 300 member organizations with over 20,000 members. And they're here each Global Star Party to talk about or to present the door prizes through questions that they develop, and they do the selection process. And so that's really awesome, and we're really happy to be affiliated with them. So I'm going to bring you on, John. Here you are.
Hey, great. Thanks, Scott, for that wonderful introduction. But please let me say that the Astronomical League's success, its achievements and its not so much achievements is really due to its many volunteers across the country. I counted them up once. We have over 100 volunteers. Wow. And without their efforts, we couldn't do any of these programs. And so, we really depend on them. We're really thankful for what they do and who they are. They aren't really unusual people. There's people from clubs and people who enjoy the night sky enthusiasts, people who want to promote astronomy. But we really thank their and appreciate their participation in all of this. And before I get to the questions, just one more thing I want to touch on, which Scott kind of rang a bell when he was talking about the youth in astronomy, the youth. Well, when I speak to young people, a lot of them aren't really sure about what they're going to do in life and what's out there and all that. And I tell them, you see these NASA programs, you see the astronauts, you see the mission scientists, you see all the engineers, you see the people in academia, that very well educated. You see all these people. And I tell the young people, look, there is absolutely no reason why the next batch of astronauts can't come from where we live. They have to come from someplace. Everybody comes from someplace. So there's an opportunity out there for young people today, because they're going to have to fill the roles that the people who are in them right now will be leaving when they move up. So there is no reason why a young person can't do this stuff as long as they pursue it, put their best effort into it, and stay on task. So if this is for you, pursue it. It just you just might achieve more than you can imagine. Plus, it'll make your parents really proud. Everyone loves that, to do that. So, but anyway, let me get on with some of these questions, because I can talk all day on some of this stuff. So, one moment, please.
Liz, my thing is begun already.
All righty. So what we have, we're going to issue three questions, trivia. Well, not really trivia, but they're astronomical fact questions, which we'd like to put before you. But before we do, we always like emphasizing that we please take appropriate precautions when you view the sun. That the sun is bright, of course. People don't realize how bright it is, but it's 400,000 times brighter than the full moon. So, and the full moon seems pretty bright. So don't look at the sun unless you know what you're doing, unless you have the correct solar filters on the front of the telescope. And be careful when you're showing the public all this stuff. It's very safe to do as long as you take all these precautions. Okay, now let's review the answers from last week. We had 3 questions. Question number 1 was, a lot of you might recognize this photograph. The 72-inch telescope held the record as the largest in the world for 72 years until the 100-inch at Mount Wilson went into operation. In what country is this 72-inch telescope located? Well, I think a lot of you know it is in Burr, Ireland. And this is a hot spot for astronomy tours. This is something to see if you're ever in that part of the world. Question 2. This is the second largest moon in the solar system. Sometimes people say it's the first, but no, it's the second. The first is Ganymede and the second is Titan. Number 3. This galaxy is a record holder. What record does it hold? The GN-Z11. The first known galaxy right now. Things may change on that as soon as better, larger telescopes come online, including the James Webb, but it's the farthest galaxy known. We have a number of winners from last week. What's going to happen is that they're going to, our league secretary, Terry Mann's going to put these 6 names into a hat, and there will be a drawing later on in the month. And the winners will be receiving a nice astronomical gift. We have Billy Beckett, Cameron Gillis, John Williams, Andrew Corco, Richard Kraling, and Connell Richards. I happen to know a few of these people, although I have nothing to do with this particular set of questions. But thank you for participating. Next batch. Questions for tonight. A lot of times we like keeping our questions focused on observing, talking about what you can actually see in the night sky. Question number 1. Tomorrow morning, about 45 minutes before sunrise, what 4 bright planets can be found spread apart in a line like jewels on a celestial necklace? In order from the east-southeastern horizon, is it A, or are they A, Mercury, Venus, Mars, and Jupiter? Or is it B, Jupiter, Venus, Mars, and Saturn? Or C, Jupiter, Venus, Uranus, and Neptune? Question number 2. A major planetary conjunction, one that the public will definitely be interested in knowing about, occurs on the final morning of April. It can be seen 40 minutes in the southeast before sunrise. What 2 planets are involved? Is it A, Earth and Mars, B, the Moon and Mercury, C, Venus and Jupiter? Excuse me. Question 3. The location of the galactic North Pole on a celestial dome lies just east of what well-known star cluster? A, the Ursa Major moving cluster, B, the Coma Berenices open cluster, or C, the Beehive cluster? So if you know those answers, be sure to send them to secretary@astronomicalleague.org and submit your name for that. And if If your answers are correct, your names will be put into a drawing coming up later this month. 2 more slides, and then I can get out of here and quit boring you with all this. This weekend is going to be Earth Day. And I just want to emphasize some sentiments here, that this is our last best hope, our only best hope, our planet. Only one planet is known that holds an atmosphere that is not choking, suffocating, nor crushing, while protecting its surface from deadly solar radiation. Only one world is known whose typical surface pressures and temperatures allow water to flow freely and often. Only one place is known that not only supports life, but lets it flourish. That place, that world, and that planet is called Earth. Out of the trillions of possible sites in our galaxy, this is our home, our only home. Cherish it. So think about that coming up on Earth Day. One more thing, and then I'm out of here. Next week, or excuse me, in another 3 weeks, we have another Astronomical League live presentation coming up. This is going to be like the rest, this is going to be a very interesting one. Cryovolcanism by Jessica Noviello. Cryovolcanism in the solar system. And I've heard some of this before. It's very interesting stuff about looking at the outer moons, or moons of the outer planets, and how they really, that their surface features are evolved and maintained by the eruption of various water, ice, and dissolved volatiles, just like the text says here. So it'll be pretty interesting to see what we've learned recently. Actually, some of this is very recently about the outer solar system, including Pluto's moon Charon. So be sure to tune in. And on that night, we'll have Carol Orge, which is the vice president, or excuse me, the president of the Astronomical League, Chuck Allen, vice president, Terry Mann, the secretary, and Scott will be there, and David Levy. So we're looking forward to this in 3 weeks. This summer, at the bottom, you can see we still have Alcon planned. Alcon 2022, July 28th to the 30th in Albuquerque, New Mexico. So if you want to have a whole 2 or 3 days worth of astronomy packed with all types of stuff, please come to Alcon. It'll be pretty interesting to see, especially since we haven't really had it in person for 2 years. So it'd be good to see all these people again. So on that, I'll turn it back to you, Scott. Thank you for letting me go on, and keep all that in mind, especially about Earth Day. It's coming up. Thank you.
Absolutely. That's great. Okay. There's so much, as I said, so much that the Astronomical League offers. If you don't already belong to the Astronomical League, you should check your local astronomy club. Many astronomy clubs are already league clubs. And so when you join, you're kind of automatically joining the league at the same time. If you're not near a club that offers that, or if you're in another country, the Astronomical League also offers memberships at large, so you can be a member anywhere. And all you have to do is go to astroleague.org. So
I'd like to tell you a secret, though. Here's a secret for you. So don't tell anybody this.
All right.
But I think statistically, about half the astronomy clubs in the country belong to the Astronomical League.
Wow.
So we have a lot of people involved, but we could still get more. So if
you get more, you got the other half to work on.
Yeah. So it's pretty cool. A lot of people. Thank you.
Thank you. All right. So up next will be David Eicher. David, if you're new watching the show, you haven't watched the show for a while, haven't seen David come on before. David Eicher is the editor-in-chief of Astronomy magazine. He got his start in writing about astronomy decades ago with his own Deep Sky magazine. And I think that magazine was published until like the early 90s. He had been also working at Astronomy magazine, where he is today. He's been there for over 30 years. But something you might not know about David Eicher is that he is an expert on Civil War history. And I learned today that he had donated something like, was it 4,000 books? Is that right, David?
Mm-hmm. Yeah, about
4,000 books. Okay.
4,100 or so, yeah.
About the Civil War.
I had too many, if you're a book collector, there comes a point when you have too many books in your house. Now
Wow.
I pared it down, I
I
think,
mean,
to
that's
about,
like I mean, that is a real library, you know,
yeah,
so
yeah.
pretty astounding. But you know, Dave Eicher is multifaceted in that, you know, he um, understands science. He's a lecturer. He lectures like at Harvard University. The American Museum of Natural History. He's a regular lecturer there too, as well as clubs and organizations probably all over the world. He has been very much involved with the Starmus event, which he'll talk about at the end of his talk, which we Explore Scientific is being invited to for the first time. I mean, man, when you think of all the things that Dave Eicher is involved with, I really don't know how he finds the time. He was trying to describe to me what his day was like today, and he is one busy guy. So we're really fortunate to have him. I love that he's sharing one of his passions, which is minerals and crystals, with us. And I think that tonight's topic is irons. So and it's
Iron
important
minerals.
to understand. Yeah, it's important to understand minerals and crystals because it's another lens on the universe. You know, Earth is just one of maybe trillions and trillions of planets that are out there. And yeah, Earth Day is coming up, and yes, it is an amazing planet that harbors life, but might not be the only one. So, but I'm going to turn it over to you, David. Thank you so much for being a friend and for coming on to yet another Global Star Party.
Thanks, Scott, for having me. As always, I'm going to share my screen and see if I can get to start a slideshow and see if you see a big red rhodochrosite crystal. But before I talk about planetary geology a little bit tonight, I thought I would quickly talk about stellar streams because that's such an interesting concept. Scott and I were talking about it a little bit as we were kind of warming up the machine here to go a little earlier. And, you know, there aren't too many stellar streams that are known, that are studied very well. And what this is, you know, galaxies, as they evolve over time, do bad things to each other. They eat each other. Because on local scales, gravity is a dominant force. And so these gravitational tidal forces will tear galaxies apart that are really close to each other. This has happened many, many times that we've seen have evidence for in our local group, especially with the Milky Way galaxy devouring dwarfs. And so many of these tidal streams that consist of stars and gas mostly, that are known are associated with the Milky Way or the Andromeda galaxy. And the best known one is the so-called Magellanic stream. These things are big though, and eventually, you know, way down the road, the Magellanic clouds are probably going to be absorbed into the Milky Way. But the Magellanic stream, this tidal tail of stars and gas that exists now, is 1 million light years long. You know, it's big, that has material that the Milky Way has pulled off of both the Magellanic clouds. And it's massive too. It consists of about 200 million solar masses. So there's a lot of stuff in that. You know, they're not sort of, you know, these are large structures. And Scott and I were talking, they're not very well understood, the dynamics of this yet. And there aren't too many that are known because they're very hard to study over long distances, and because we see one frame in a very slow cosmic movie, of course, that is going on. But it's interesting, Scott, and thanks for theming the event tonight with such an interesting idea.
Well, thank you.
So again, I want to talk, we haven't run out of classes of minerals quite yet. So we're talking about planetary geology here, the way the universe likes to make planets, to put them together in an ordered way. Thomas Jefferson, one of the guys we like to study in the American history division of things, said, "I believe in a divinely ordered universe." Before his time, Isaac Newton said, "Truth is ever to be found in the simplicity and not in the multiplicity and confusion of things." Well, it turns out that the universe is ordered not by supernatural design, as Richard Dawkins likes to say at Starmus. We don't need to magic things into existence, but by the principles of physics. Minerals show us that because their atoms are assembled in precise ways because of electrochemical attractions that are inherent properties of the atoms that make them up and guide them into assembling in what mineralogists call a crystal lattice. So there is no magic in the universe except on television. You know, if you watch the Science Channel, most of it is, you know, well, I won't say, but in reality, it's physics and chemistry and the sciences that are driving this stuff. So what's neat about some of the minerals is that we can look at examples of them, and we know through spectroscopy that chemistry is uniform throughout the universe. Of course, local conditions vary widely, but there would be minerals presumably very similar to the ones that we have on Earth, on planets throughout the galaxy and the universe. Now, someone last week, I think it was a presenter, maybe I forget who, shame on me, mentioned a rare mineral and said, well, have you ever heard of this? Do you have it? So this is my Painite Crystal, which is an unusual and rare mineral. It's calcium, zirconium, aluminum borate. It's an unusual mineral, and there aren't too many good specimens that are shown on mindat.org, the big mineral site, if you want to Google that. This is my example that's 3.7 centimeters across, and the reddish brown crystals in this matrix are the painite, and the little reddish pink spheres are spinel, which is another fairly common mineral. So this is an unusual mineral. It's from Myanmar, what we now know as Myanmar, the country. And somebody claimed last week that a good specimen of this goes for something like $300,000.
Oh my gosh.
Now, I just want to say, if you go to the well-known mineral shows in Tucson and in Munich, they often have a special, the big dealers with fancy specimens, where they call it Keystone, where they give you a 50% off of the marked price of a specimen. So if anyone is willing to send me $150,000, I will have this crystal in the mail to you tomorrow morning. Okay, I just want to make that clear right now.
Maybe you'll deliver it in person, right?
Yeah. Not $300,000. Yeah. But anyway, I appreciate the interest. So tonight I'm going to talk about iron minerals. The most common of iron minerals is hematite, which is iron oxide. It was originally named around 300 BCE by Theophrastus from the Greek for bloodstone. Possibly it was the first mineral ever named with the "ite" suffix, which is exciting to mineral nerds. It was translated in 79 AD by Pliny the Elder to hematites for blood-like, in allusion to the red color of the powder. Because if you grind a hematite, crystals can look silvery, but if you grind them up or see them in the right kind of illumination, they can look reddish, which looked very strange early on because it's a fairly common mineral. Colors often are steel gray to black in crystals and massively crystalline ores, dull to bright rust red in earthy, compact, fine-grained material. Well, why is it so common? Let's think of it's iron oxide, it's rusty iron. So it's very, very common because, as we know, oxygen really loves to combine with things. And iron is a good partner. So what do we see when we look at Mars, for example, that orangey color? That's hematite, mostly rust. So that's our friend Mars, is colored by this stuff. Crystallographically, hematite is pretty simple stuff. It's trigonal and consisting of iron and oxygen atoms. You can see a simple stick and ball diagram, as they like to call them here, for a crystal. And let me just, as I always have done, show some examples. None of these are worth $300,000, I promise you. Okay, but unusually speaking, native iron that is pure iron is relatively rare on Earth. It's pretty common in meteorites, as you guys know, many of you know, iron and some other elements, nickel and others that make up meteorites. Native iron is fairly rare on Earth, but there are very, very good sources of it. And this is a sliced piece of native iron from this very well-known region in Russia. But iron is extremely common, combining with other elements on Earth. Very, very, very common, of course, mineral in our Earth's makeup and
That's
crust.
beautiful.
So this is an unusual form of hematite, bladed hematite here. You can see the stacks of blades here that are stacked up with a little bit of pinkish and orange calcite. That's another, we've talked about it before, common mineral from a Chinese deposit that's relatively recent. About the last 20 years, there have been specimens found like this. So this is sort of a heavy ball of hematite blades all stacked together. Now, iron oxide hydrate, similar to hematite, is Gertite, named for that German poet and author. This is a variety of it called limonite, and this is a German specimen from the Wolf mine in the Rhineland-Palatinate, and you can get weird oxidation colors on a lot of iron minerals like this, which this piece shows, and I think the next one does as well. This is so-called iridescent gertite from a famous region of Tharsis in Andalusia, Spain. And you can see here when oxygen is reacting with minerals like this, it creates all kinds of funky colors because of the oxidation of the metals. Here's another example of this is hematite, but with a coating of iridescent gertite from an American specimen from Nevada, a fairly common piece, but a very nice blue. There's certainly some copper coloring this as well in there to give you this bluish color. Now you can't see this too well, and I didn't reshoot a new generation of photos. Forgive me, I didn't have that time to do that. But these are older photos, but you can't quite see it in this image. But it looks sort of black and metallic here, but this shines like a mirror, this piece of hematite. You can see yourself in it. And in the Brazilian forests where this stuff comes from, they actually call it monkey mirror because they claim to have found monkeys staring into pieces of this stuff. Now you can truly say, whenever you have me on, Scott, I offer things that nobody has ever talked about and maybe you didn't want to know. Okay, but there you go.
Hey, I like monkeys, so, I'm good with it.
Monkey mirror, there you go. Okay. And for those who were doubting that nature likes to make crystals in a precise way, this is pyrite, which is that very common iron sulfide mineral that's very fool's gold, if you will, in many stories and explorations of the Old West mining and so on. And this crystallizes normally in the isometric system, which is cubic, as you can see here. And here's a nice, except for a few molecules missing on the top edge there, a nice, very clean 4-centimeter cube of pyrite. This is a little dark here, but you can see there's a black metallic crystal in this. This is an alpine specimen from Italy, from the Italian side of the Alps. And you can see sort of stacks of bladed crystals of hematite here. And this is called, in Germany, it was called very early on the Eisen rose, that is iron rose, because the crystal looks like a flower pattern when you look at it straight on here. So you can see just some unusual forms here you get with the same mineral, but what mineralogists would call different crystal habits. This is kind of a cool one, even though it's a kind of a, ugly, ordinary, junky looking piece of pyrite. Well, this actually comes from a black smoker. It's about 5 centimeters across from 3,300 meters down in the Indian Ocean. So this is pyrite, a mineralogical creation from an energy source that may have been, way back 4 billion years ago, the original source of living molecules coming together on Earth. We shall never know precisely, but it's nice to have something that was dredged up from the ocean floor that's not a piece of coal from the Titanic. Here's a sort of an ordinary pyrite on calcite and other minerals. And we talked about, and I wasn't giving the full description because I thought it might bore the astronomers, but we talked about the precision of how mineralogists like to specify localities, as they call them. This is kind of like knowing exactly which area of a galaxy something is in, we might say. Here's something that is from the onion peeled central flow tube dike feeder, 3950 level, the 9 ledge, 23 cross cut in the famous Homestake mine in Lead, South Dakota. Now, this is cool for a couple of reasons. That's about as precise as you could possibly record exactly where a specimen came from in an exact little spot in a little level in a little ledge of a mine. And also the Homestake mine is very famous to astronomers and cosmologists. Does anyone know why? Because that's where one of the big first neutrino detectors was located, in the Homestake mine when it was a defunct gold mine.
Oh, wow.
The famous Homestake neutrino detector.
Ah.
Here's pyrite, golden pyrite crystals on rhodochrosite, this pink manganese carbonate and quartz from a famous Colorado mine here, the Champion mine, just a nice looking combination of stuff here, dominated by iron sulfide. Voxite is a fairly rare iron mineral. It's iron aluminum phosphate hydroxide hydrate with another, that's the blue stuff. And then the whitish yellow stuff is paravoxite. The good stuff of this mineral and its relatives come from Bolivia. And just a very unusual look for an iron mineral. This is English scorodite, another iron mineral, iron arsenate hydrate that comes from a famous, very old time mine in England. That's the bluish stuff there. Chromite, iron chromium oxide, the silvery little crystal, dipyramidal crystals here. If you can pronounce this town in Zimbabwe, you're better than I am. But this is an unusual and interesting source for a fairly an unusual mineral, chromite here, that doesn't occur in crystals like this so often. Carmonite is another lead iron arsenate hydroxide. That's the reddish stuff here with oxygen combining with the iron and others from a Mexican locality here. Unusual. Again, a lot of iron minerals are not super pretty, but they're important to study. Stanite, copper iron tin sulfide. This is the brassy, bronzy looking stuff, metallic stuff in here, which is beset by a bunch of nice quartz crystals in this Chinese specimen. That's a relatively rare mineral here, stanite. Pyrite, as we looked at, normally comes cubically and in other variations. This is an unusual kind of pyrite crystal here called a diploid. That's a variation that consists of 24 four-edged faces that are intergrown. You can kind of see that, and I should take a closer image of this someday. From an Ohio, there aren't too many, in my native state of Ohio, there are not too many really interesting minerals, frankly, that come from Ohio, but this is one of the localities here. And here's a very nice specimen. This is glued on because it's so fragile onto an acrylic stand-up base here, but this is this very deep blue voxite, again from Potosi, Bolivia. Here, just to give you sort of an example of the kind of a grab bag of different iron mineral types here. So that's it for iron minerals, and we're starting to run out of minerals, and then I'll get back to some astronomy after another few weeks, Scott. But I did want to mention, astronomically, we're teaming up to go to Starmus. This fall in Yerevan, Armenia. We're going to put it on. Things are rolling. We have a bunch of speakers we've announced already. There's a major announcement coming. We're going to hear about that soon from our director, Garrick Israelian, of a second round of speakers. Awesome. And also the first performers we will hear about, because not only will we have astronauts and astronomy and astrophysics chemistry, biology, and other sciences with Nobel Prize winners. But we also have some rock and roll with Brian May and Rick Wakeman and Peter Gabriel and others, because we want to exercise both halves of what's left of our craniums
Yeah,
at
well,
this
that's
point.
great. That's great. What is, you've been to all, I think all of the Starmus events, is that right, David?
All but the first one. Actually, there was a
All but-
conflict with the
I
first
see.
year for me. Yeah.
And what is the experience like?
It's incredible. And inexplicably, when I got to know Brian and Garrick and others, they invited me to join the Starmus board, which consists of a number of Jill Tarter and Richard Dawkins and a number of others. And the late, great Stephen Hawking was on our board. But it's quite amazing because this is a place where we've had, 3,000 or 4,000 people there typically at a Starmus, but there are opportunities to talk to some of these big time folks. Not only do we have talks by astronauts and Nobel Prize scientists, but you can have a glass of wine, with them and chat a bit and get an autograph and talk to them about what they're doing. And part of this is that we don't want it to get so big that personal experience part of this science festival is gone. So you can see all about Starmus on starmus.com. It's actually quite easy to get to Armenia for Europeans, very cheap and easy. So I think if you can get to Europe, it'll be easy to get to this. If you can't come, we'll have a lot of coverage afterward. Scott is going to help us put on a mammoth-sized star party with Explore Scientific telescopes there. We're also going to collaborate with Michael Bakach, our colleague, and others to do an astrophotography workshop and other amateur astronomy events that will be coupled on to the professional science of Starmus.
Wonderful. That's
So
great.
we're excited about it. I think you're going to have a good time, my friend.
I think so. It's going to be, an event like this is something that when I first heard of Starmus, it was just like, I really wish I could go to this. So when I was invited to be part of it, I was pretty much jumping out of my skin. So really, really anxious to see how this whole event comes off, because Starmus is, celebrating science in the best way possible. And, we are, you'll hear David Eicher often comment that we are living in the golden age of astronomy. We're also living in the golden age of science and discovery and exploration. And so it's a wonderful time to be alive. And, if you're going to go to any place to celebrate this, you should seriously consider going to the Starmus event. So thank you.
Let me just say, Scott, one more little thing. The cost of Starmus is very negligible. Most of the cost is getting there. The cost of the conference itself is, a couple of £100. I mean, it's very minimal.
Oh, yeah.
Because we want to get as many people realistically as we can to come. So
Right.
It's quite inexpensive because it should be for people who want to be there.
So people are right now saying that they'll carry my bags for me. We'll probably need some help like that. I don't know. So anyhow, thanks.
You have to get a bunch of telescopes over there somehow.
Oh, yeah.
We might be
The
carrying
telescopes-
bags and telescopes.
The way we're going to do it, our sister company is called Bresser. They're in Germany, and they manage and sell and do service for the Explore Scientific brand throughout all of Europe. But they are going to be sending the telescopes directly from Germany, and we may see one or two of the people from that group over there as well. So I'm looking forward to it. We have a lot of great ideas about other things that we can do, but we're really not ready to talk about them yet. So anyhow, it will be the highlight of the year. So that's for sure.
Thanks, Scott.
Thank you, David. Thank you again. Okay, so let's see. Thank you. We are going on to John Briggs. Now, these next two people that are coming up, John Briggs and Anthony Cook, I can't imagine getting two other people together that know so much about the history of astronomy, astronomers, the gear, the instrumentation, who did what, that led to something else that, there's so many incredible stories that these two people have and so much knowledge, so it's a real blessing to have them both on. And John is currently kind of newly appointed the secretary of the Alliance of Historic Observatories. And this includes many of the observatories that, we fondly remember of doing groundbreaking science, helping us to understand the universe. But he is interviewing people from each one of these observatories that's involved right now. And currently up is Griffith Observatory. And John will introduce Anthony Cook. So I'm turning it over to you, John.
Okay, thank you so much, and great to see everybody here. And my job tonight is especially easy and fun, introducing Tony Cook. It's been my privilege to know Tony for a long time, but Tony is friends with many, many people interested in astronomy because for years he was a staff member there at Griffith Observatory, one of the members of the Alliance of Historic Observatories. So I've had a chance to have Griffith on my mind lately because of that organization. But even more so, I've been thinking of Tony because he was one of the contributors in this cool book that I'm holding up. I think I held it up last week too. Public Astronomy, Los Angeles Style. Tony contributed what I think is arguably the neatest chapter in the book on creating Griffith Observatory, and he's going to be talking about that for us. But to introduce him, it occurred to me that I would simply read a paragraph or two out of the back of the book because all the authors were described here, and I'll put on some spectacles. Then I'm going to do this, and then we're going to turn it over and give this whole time slot to Tony because he has some really good stuff to share. But it says, Anthony Cook has been part of Griffith Observatory staff since 1978 and served as its astronomical observer from 1990 to 2021 when he retired. Now, mind you, Griffith Observatory is just an astonishingly iconic place, and so to be the astronomical observer at Griffith Observatory, I think is just too cool. Anyway, in that position, he oversaw the maintenance and public operation of the observatory's original 1935 Zeiss 12-inch refracting telescope and the triple beam solar coelostat. He trained and managed the observatory's telescope demonstrators, who provided free nightly viewing to hundreds of thousands of visitors every year. After he became aware of conceptual drawings of Griffith Observatory by Russell W. Porter, the famed astronomical designer, artist, and leader of the first wave of amateur telescope makers in the United States, Mr. Cook began an ambitious program of original research into the origins of Griffith Observatory and has published articles on this aspect of public astronomy, Los Angeles style, in Sky and Telescope and Griffith Observer magazines. Cook's studies in the Special Collection Archives of Caltech, Mount Wilson Observatory, which is the Huntington Library, and UCLA have produced articles on the design history of the 200-inch Hale telescope at Palomar Observatory. In addition, Cook identified, restored, and then documented the first astronomical telescope in Los Angeles, the 5.5-inch Byrne refractor, once owned by the Southern California Academy of Sciences and subsequently donated to Griffith Observatory, where Mr. Cook engineered its public display in the Anne Marie and Jack C. Wilder Hall of the Eye. Mr. Cook has also written about local amateur and commercial telescope builders, Henry Page Bailey, Robert Edgar, and Tom Cave, and the Hale Telescope civil engineer, Mark the Serrier Trust, right? Serrier. Anyway, Anthony Cook was interviewed by astrophysicist Donald Osterbrock about Henry Page Bailey for Osterbrock's biography of Walter Baade. Cook's work on Henry Bailey appeared in Sky and Telescope, and it just goes on with other cool stuff that Tony has written and published. So with that introduction, I think I'd like to just turn it over to Tony and let him share the very, very cool stuff about iconic Griffith Observatory, one of the coolest observatories truly in the United States.
Thank you, John. So let me get my screen shared here. Oops. I'm sorry, just a moment. Let me get the show on here. Here we go. And are you all hearing me okay?
Yes.
Okay, good. Now, just to correct the slide, as John said, I am now retired from Griffith Observatory. I used to think I never would retire from Griffith Observatory, honestly. And I went to the assistant director, Mark Pine, one day with a question, which is, do you think when Halley's Comet comes back in 2061, that the mandatory retirement age might be like 105? And if that's the case, that's unfair because, you know, I'll be 106 when the comet comes. And can I talk to the mayor about this? Has he been born yet? You know, but unfortunately, because of COVID-19, you know, the city wanted to minimize longtime employees and made it clear that if you were looking forward to a good retirement, that 2021 might be a good time to take it. So they made sweet offers, and unfortunately, actually, a lot of the staff is gone at the observatory now. So it's going to be probably a while till it's up and running fully, but they are doing great programs now. It's just that it's not, I don't think it's 6 days a week yet. But anyway, I started working at the observatory as a guide in 1978. And it really struck me that the observatory is very, very thoroughly designed as an astronomical building. It's perfectly aligned, you know, with true north, and the telescopes now are positioned so they can get a pretty unobstructed view of the sky. They're perfectly aligned astronomically. And it struck me, you know, where did somebody come up with this stuff in 1935? I don't think you went to Celestats RS to get a solar telescope back then. But we had very little record that was available anyway of how the observatory actually was designed and built. Now we had some clues. We knew that Mount Wilson was involved with it. And I'd heard rumors that a fellow named Russell W. Porter, who is, you might know as the cutaway drawing person for the Palomar telescope. He made the magnificent series of drawings in the 1930s and early 40s of the different mechanisms of what was then the largest telescope in the world being built, the Hale 200-inch telescope. And it set a new standard for cutaway drawings of any kind, actually, at that time. He's also well regarded in the amateur astronomical community as being the person who really spearheaded the amateur telescope making movement in the United States, starting about 1920, with the first telescope making club in Vermont, the Springfield Telescope Makers, which is still alive and kicking and holds a huge annual conference. So, but I wasn't able to find anything at the observatory that confirmed any connection with Russell Porter. And I read his biography, and there is one sentence in it that mentions that he did some consulting work. But then, and I even called the author, Burton Willard, of that book and asked him, well, how did you know that? And he goes, well, I'm not actually sure. So he didn't know which reference gave him that. So I felt kind of like, well, maybe it's not even true. But then that week, an architect stopped by because the observatory was planning sometime in the early 21st century a renovation of the building. And this architect had bought the company that had designed Griffith Observatory and was hoping to get in on the deal. And he brought with his portfolio some notebooks that had these sketches in it. And I immediately recognized the style. They were the same style as those 200-inch drawings. I said, why do you have Russell W. Porter drawings? And he goes, who's Russell W. Porter? So I pulled out amateur telescope making and showed him those drawing, that kind of drawing that anybody who's built telescopes does. And he said, well, I don't know anything about it. So he let me borrow the drawings. I photographed them and then went to Caltech and started studying their correspondence. And I was able to come up with a story I'm going to tell you now. So that's kind of how I got into this. Griffith Observatory is a landmark of Los Angeles. There are a few like Hollywood Bowl, the downtown, City Hall, Dodger Stadium, things like that. But the one that people can see from most of the city is actually Griffith Observatory because it's on the south side of the Hollywood Hills, excuse me, near the Hollywood sign. And it's a romantic spot. It's an architectural landmark. People would come up there whether or not they were interested in astronomy. It's just a great hangout place. But it does have a commanding view, not only of the sky, but of the surrounding landscape. You can see the Pacific Ocean, the islands, a beautiful view of downtown Los Angeles. And the picture you see here is kind of, how LA uses Griffith Observatory. When the space shuttle program came to an end in 2011, it was announced that the Endeavour space shuttle would be given to Los Angeles to display at the Science Center. So it would be taken on the 747. So I was thinking, wow. So I called Edwards Air Force Base and I asked them, well, have you thought about how you're going to fly the jet over the city? I mean, do you know the route? And the reason I'm asking is a lot of people come to Griffith Observatory if something's going on that they can see. Well, the fellow there told me, we can't discuss the position of assets of the United States in a highly sensitive situation like this. And I go, okay, I got that. But keep in mind that probably most people would come to Griffith Observatory if they knew that they could see the space shuttle flying over. And he goes, okay, well, I can't discuss it. Well, the next day we get another call from NASA and they want to send 2 photographers over to Griffith Observatory. And then they started flying jets around potential paths and seeing what good photo site it was. So this is actually one of the NASA photographs that they had. So I'm kind of, I don't claim responsibility for it flying 3 times over Griffith Observatory, but I'm sure there was some connection there. But we actually were not allowed to count the crowd there because it would violate all kinds of traffic laws pertaining to Griffith Park. I'd guess around 8,000 people or so showed up. But, anyways, it was just a madhouse, but it's the kind of thing that happens regularly at Griffith Observatory. If there's a bright comet, we get a crowd. If there's an eclipse, a crowd. Every night, about 1,000 people look through telescopes. The Zeiss telescope that John and Scott mentioned is not adequate actually just for the number of people that come up now. So we set up 11-inch telescopes and others on our front lawn every night. And there's a solar telescope that shows people. The planetarium originally had 600 seats and was the largest in the US. I don't believe it is largest anymore. And because of the more advanced projection systems and just visitor experience, it's been reduced to about 300 seats that are more comfortable and better for viewing. we've learned over 80 some years of time. But anyway, it's a beloved landmark, and it I'm sure has spurred interest by a lot of people over time. It's called Griffith Observatory because it's named after Colonel Griffith J. Griffith. He was originally born in Wales and moved to the United States as a child because Wales was an impoverished place in the 1860s or so when he was born. 1850 actually he was born, and his parents didn't want him working in a coal mine, which is actually what most kids who were born in Wales had to do. It was a short, brutal life. So he went to live with friends in New York and got interested in journalism and metallurgy. And early on, he moved to, he briefly was in Los Angeles. And at that time in the 1880s, Los Angeles was just the tiniest village. It was not developed at all. And he looked at it and he goes, I'll get back to this. But then he moved to San Francisco, and it was post-gold rush, but a lot of people were still mining. So he became an expert on like what areas had the best silver mines and stuff in Nevada and California. And he was so good at it that he made a fortune from people who got good advice as to where to build mines due to his own knowledge of geology. And anyway, he moved back to Los Angeles and decided that in 1896 that Los Angeles was going to be a great city in the future. And he knew this because the US was planning to build this Panama Canal. And he realized that the San Pedro port would be the main destination of ships coming to North America through the Panama Canal, rather than sailing all the way up to San Francisco. So he knew that it would be wall-to-wall city as San Francisco had been. And he realized that it was time now to plan for open space for people, because San Francisco was built over without any thought for parks. So there are no huge open air areas in the city of San Francisco, at least in his time. He wanted Los Angeles to have a huge area that people could enjoy wilderness after it became a wall-to-wall city. So he was thinking way ahead of time. He toured Europe, looked at parks, and drew up a plan. And in 1896, he donated more than 3,000 acres of land that actually isn't that great for building. It's hilly. It's actually the east edge of the Santa Monica Mountains where the park is. So he gave that to the city of Los Angeles in 1896, and they went, well, what are we supposed to do with it? Because between Griffith Park and city, which was a tiny pueblo then, it was all just like farmland and oil derricks. So people were, why do we need open space? What's going on here? So he had a lack of enthusiasm to his great gift to greet him at first. But this is a map of that area. Notice on the right, upper right edge, that's the Los Angeles River, which is now a concrete filled channelway, which was built because in the 1930s it caused huge floods around the area, but Army Corps of Engineers turned it into a usable drainage system. Anyway, now other things were going on. In Chicago, George Ellery Hale had become the head of the astrophysics department at Yerkes, at Chicago, University of Chicago, and had been able to secure funding by Mr. Yerkes of the 40-inch refractor, the largest refracting telescope in the world. But he had already knew that that was an antique type of instrument. He had an idea for studying the spectrum of faint objects that would require much, much bigger telescopes. So what his dream was to build a gigantic 60-inch telescope. Now, as we've seen, there was already the 72-inch telescope in in Ireland. But that telescope is really a visual telescope. What Hale wanted to do is be able to put heavy laboratory equipment on a telescope and really dissect light coming from the distant universe. So he had sort of in mind the first really plan for a giant astrophysical telescope. And he was thinking, he knew he wasn't going to get any more funding from Yerkes. He'd really annoyed the heck out of Yerkes in building the 40-inch telescope. So he knew he wasn't going to get anywhere there. So he was on antenna out for philanthropists who might fund his new giant telescope. And the newspapers had articles about this land giveaway of 3,000 acres by Colonel Griffith. So one of the first people that Hale wrote to was Colonel Griffith and said, I want to build the world's biggest astrophysical telescope. And he got a letter back right away from Hale saying, from Griffith rather, saying, I'm not interested in building telescopes. I want to build up my park, and that's what my energy is going to go to. But good luck with your project, but no thanks. And this is basically what the 60-inch telescope was that Hale had in mind. And these were the plans that were built up in the 1890s, actually in Chicago. So here's Colonel Griffith. Now, Griffith was always had big plans going around, and people didn't like him a lot because he put on airs of being rich all the time. He had a fancy cane he carried around, and he was always overdressed and talked in an affected way. But he funded lots of things, so people put up with him. And so one of the ideas he had was an observatory for Los Angeles. Only the kind of observatory he had in mind really didn't have anything to do with astronomy. It was going to use a funicular railway, a kind of cable car sort of thing that went up to the top of Mount Hollywood. And there would be an observation deck that would look out over the city and the islands. There would be a little geology museum and a telescope for looking at the land. It would not be so much an astronomy thing. His inspiration for this may have been the Mount Lowe Observatory, which at the time was just below Mount Wilson and did have a big astronomical telescope and a zoo and a number of other things, and a funicular railway to take people from Los Angeles to the top of that. So this would be sort of a competing attraction, but not really so much based on astronomy. Now, about that time, he got involved with probably the most controversial case of at least a near murder in Los Angeles up until the O.J. Simpson trial. And this was in 1903. He vacationed in Santa Monica with his wife. They would go to a fancy hotel there and lounge around. It's a regular thing. And one day he started acting like totally insane, and he made his wife admit that she was trying to rob all his money and give it to the Pope. And she goes, "You're crazy. What are you talking about? You're not acting normal." And he pulled out a pistol and said, "Say your prayers," and actually pulled the trigger. And fortunately, she flinched. The bullet put out an eye, but she jumped out of the building and landed on the awnings below, which saved her, and escaped nearly being shot. And the trial she was in was called the trial of the century, even though the century was 2 years old by that time. And he was represented by an attorney who recognized in Griffith a secret problem that he had, which was alcoholism. And Griffith benefited from his knowledge of his own problem and got specialists in to testify that if people have alcoholic problems, that their personalities can change. So he benefited what we call a diminished capacity. So he was Griffith was sentenced to 3 years at San Quentin, and which the attorney thought was a great failure. But the attorney, by the way, was paid for by Griffith's former wife. but she really didn't want him to die for what he had tried to do, because she realized it was not typical of his behavior, and there was something going on that she thought he could work on. So he spent 1 year in prison. He was a model prisoner. He wouldn't take part in any of the advantages that were offered to him because he was rich. And instead, he actually started keeping a journal on how corrupt the prison system was. So when he got out of jail, he dedicated himself to two things. One, to improve Griffith Park, and two, to show up the California State Penitentiary system for what it was and to get it reformed. And he apparently is famous in the penitentiary world for reforming the California State prison system. And so anyway, well,
Amazing.
time went on. He really stayed off alcohol, which was the problem before, and really did devote himself exclusively to the park. Now, he's separated from his wife, but he gave her a huge house in one end of Griffith Park. He took a house on the other end. He moved his parents from Ireland to a park on the north end, a house on the north end of the park, and tried to make things nice that way. In 1908, the 60-inch telescope, which finally had been funded by Carnegie, was constructed, and Griffith called George Ellery Hale and had himself invited to look at the telescope and learn about the observatory. And because he was, even though he professed not to be interested in astronomy, he really was interested in intellectual pursuits of all different kinds. So what he saw at Mount Wilson really inspired him. And here we see, by the way, a picture of Hale with Carnegie. But Griffith decided what he wanted in his park was sort of a miniature version of what was going on at Mount Wilson, because he was so impressed, according to one story, by seeing Saturn, that he realized that if everybody had a chance to see something like that, it could really profoundly change how you view your life and your place in the universe and all. So he started drawing up a plan based on what he saw at Mount Wilson, the 60-inch, or here we see the 75-foot solar telescope and the snow telescope for studying the sun. But he drew up his own plans. And the basic idea of it was that it would have a museum with some astronomical exhibit. It would have some kind of lecture hall. It would have a telescope at least 12 inches in diameter that would be used for viewing the heavens and could be used for research, and a solar telescope so that visitors could see the spectrum of the sun and sunspots. So he was very particular about this. He specified that it would have concrete construction that would last forever, and had very particular ideas about the view that it would provide of the city, all kinds of things like that. Now, Griffith died in 1919, and he provided a seed amount of money that was put in a trust fund that he had set up. He's famous in the trust fund world too for doing trust funds correctly, but he put his brother and, or rather one of his sons, in charge of it, and along with some bank people and other people who had managed to make sure that the fund would grow until something could be built with it. Now, in the meantime, other amateur astronomers in the region, Mars Baumgart was an astronomy popularizer who had a radio show in the 1920s on astronomy. And he would submit ideas as they came to him to the Griffith Committee on like what kind of public telescopes there should be in addition to the big one, what kind of programs there could be. This invention in Germany, the Zeiss planetarium projector, maybe would be a good idea for this Griffith Park, and really built up enthusiasm even with the trust committee on what could be done with it. Well, finally, in 1930, during the Depression, the amount of money that was in the trust fund was considered sufficient to start construction of a building. So the trust committee now sent out kind of pleas for help to different observatories around the area, to universities, colleges, any place that would have astronomers that might have an idea of what they could do with this fund. And one of the people it went to was George Ellery Hale, also Mount Wilson in general, Robert Millikan at Caltech, which of course Hale had helped install as the first physicist at Caltech, and helped found Caltech for that matter. So a lot of it was kind of going to the same people, but Walter Adams, the director of Mount Wilson Observatory, talked to Hale and said, "Oh, we never thought anything would come of this. I know we talked about with Colonel Griffith a long time ago, but it looks like he's actually going to do something with it." So they formed a scientific committee that would advise the building. And you see Millikan on the right side, Einstein in the middle. Remember, Einstein visited Los Angeles in 1930, so he probably was hearing about stuff. On the left, with his hand in his coat, is Albert Michelson, the famous optician who measured the speed of light, among other things. And behind him is Walter Adams. And all these people were, the core of what was going on with physics at Caltech. Now, Einstein, it turned out, wasn't interested in landing at Caltech, so he was only there for a few months before taking off to the East Coast. But the person who was in charge of entertaining Einstein was an architect named John C. Austin. Now, Austin would take Einstein to like the Jonathan Club, kind of a swanky place in West Los Angeles. So keep that in mind. Okay. Now, in Los Angeles at the time, and this is now 1928, and we're actually 1930, a lot of great minds had been gathered at Caltech, especially in Mount Wilson, to design Hale's 200-inch telescope that he had secured funding from the Rockefeller Foundation. And this is what they thought they were going to build. This was the winning design for the 200-inch telescope. So what this has to do with Griffith was these people came up with a plan to put a physicist named Edward Kurth, who I've not been able to find a picture of, by the way, in spite of doing a lot of stuff on the internet. Kurth was a physicist at Caltech under Millikan, who he was an ultraviolet astronomer. He was already studying how to study ultraviolet spectra, even though there was no prospect of doing that from the Earth yet at that time. But he was supposed to take on this Griffith project, make sure it was scientifically sound and would meet the scientific committee standards. And then he would become the director of Griffith Observatory when the building was complete. And the architects were chosen by a contest. Now, the designs for the building were handed over as a responsibility to Russell W. Porter, who I mentioned before. Porter was a polar explorer at one point. Then he'd studied architecture at MIT, and one of his buildings is a little church you see down below that's in Maine. He pioneered different types of telescope building and came up with the mounting. You see the horseshoe mounting in the upper right. That was a unique design called the split ring mount. And then he tried to popularize astronomy with a commercial telescope called a garden telescope, which is what he's looking through there. It's a tubeless telescope on the Springfield mount that could double as a sundial. Now, it turned out, though, that ended up being pretty expensive telescope, and it looked complicated and didn't really catch on. I think there were 50 built originally. Now you can buy new ones that are being made for something like $80,000, but
Yikes.
but for architectural decoration, telescopes now. Anyway, here's Porter's office at Caltech, where he kind of came up with ideas for all kinds of projects for Hale. He had an artistic knack in an engineering knack, even though he didn't really have formal training in those things, but he could come up with ideas that solved all kinds of problems and was just sort of paid to do that. And so coming up with ideas for Griffith Observatory was what he did in 1930 and 31, because the Hale telescope was sort of stalled. At that point, they were trying to build a mirror out of quartz, and that was beyond the technology of the time. And they ended up spending like 10% of their money on a mirror that couldn't be made. And it wasn't until about 1934 that they decided to use Pyrex. So in the meantime, not much progress was being made on the big telescope. So there were lots of other little projects that were handed off to people to keep them busy. And Griffith was one of them. And here we see some of the possible floor plans. Russell Porter walked up to Griffith Park and looked at the geology there. And he knew Colonel Griffith wanted the building built on the top of a hill, but there was just no space there, which he illustrates in the top diagram. Where would you put cars and stuff? The idea of a funicular railway was old-fashioned by that time and was not really considered. Porter realized there was a different place that was a little south of the main peak that had a big plateau that would be a much better place for constructing an observatory. So he got the place relocated and came up with a number of floor plans that met the scientific committee's ideas. And the one that on the lower left is actually the seed of the one that was finally constructed. It has a Zeiss telescope on the left, the Celestat, the solar telescope on the right, and on the top you see the 75-foot wide planetarium theater. One of Griffith's first ideas, this is a 1931 drawing, is recognizable if you walk in there today. Here you're inside the main entrance, you're looking west into the distance down a long hallway, and you can see somebody looking at a projection of the sun on the solar telescope. On the left are the stairs going up to the planetarium, where you see a modern television set over on the right-hand side and models of planets. There's a little Foucault pendulum. So even though it was not built quite like this, all of these ideas you will see today, even the columns on the solar telescope and stuff. Now, Porter was not a licensed architect in Los Angeles or in California. So a proper firm had to be hired. So I'm sorry, I'm getting indications my internet is unstable. Are you having any trouble hearing? Okay.
No,
I'm not noticing
no.
anything other than those warnings. But
Right. The only other warning I'll give you is that we are going a bit long. So
okay,
that's
all right. I'll get messy. Anyway, there was a contest to choose a formal architecture firm. There was an avant-garde, Richard Neutro submitted ideas based on the Porter plans. And John C. Austin submitted something that looks like a very formal building, but actually doesn't have a lot of astronomical going for it, other than a rough resemblance. But remember, Austin was a friend of Hale, and one way or another, he got the contract. So enough said about that. Anyway, so Austin was a longtime kind of overseer of architecture in LA, and his firm got that plan. One of the first, actually the first thing decided was what kind of telescope to get. Well, Zeiss at that time was the only company building large refracting telescopes. And they built telescopes specifically for museums. So Russell Porter chose the 12-inch telescope. It's of a type that several exist in Germany, Czechoslovakia, other places, but Griffith got one for Los Angeles. John C. Austin refined Porter's ideas and came up with plans that start looking more and more like the building that was designed. He took clues from Porter's drawings as to the dramatic sighting of the building. By the way, the solar telescope, the turret telescope at Stellafane, Vermont, which also Porter designed, originally had a more dreamlike, in 1920, this version is kind of a big Roman style building with stairs flanking it. Well, apparently the architects really liked this drawing, so they had Griffith adapt the ideas from this into the stairs that you'll actually walk up to the roof on when you visit Griffith Observatory. So the upper right-hand corner shows how it evolved into a single stair that goes up the building. Porter came up with the specifications for the planetarium, for the exhibit halls. He actually struggled with the idea for the solar telescope, because in addition to the two instruments that Griffith wanted, Hale added the spectrohelioscope, a new invention of his. So this telescope would have to feed 3 different viewing stations permanently in the building. And so Porter came up with a way of tracking the sun with 3 different mirrors and then sending it to 3 different places in the building. And here's Porter's ideas as they evolved. Here's what you'll actually see when you go there. Now, Porter got put in charge of a big lecture hall that was supposed to be under the planetarium underground. But the 1933 earthquake happened, and the architects decided that underground buildings, the way they were planning, actually would not survive a big earthquake. So just months before construction started, a lot of the same people at Caltech, including Porter, who studied the 1933 earthquake, came up with new building codes for Los Angeles public buildings. And they overbuilt Griffith Observatory to withstand any earthquake they could imagine, with the first building being loaded for sideways gravitational forces and things like that. Remember, it was Caltech involved. So, so this idea for an underground lecture hall disappeared, but it reappeared when the building was renovated in 2006 by people who I'd shown these drawings to, and they came up with a similar plan, but it's not really under the building, it's under the front lawn. So it doesn't raise any of the concerns that they had in the 1930s, but Porter still contributed to what was actually built, the 1933 earthquake. Okay, and then here's the final design of the building, although some of the decorations got changed because of the earthquake problems. And but basically what you see today. Construction started in 1934, 1933, and took about 2 years to complete. So amazingly fast job. One of the neat things is a huge model of the moon that Porter came up with, and it was executed by an artist named Roger Hayward, who would become much more famous later as an illustrator also for Scientific American magazine, the Amateur Scientist, and many other things. This model, by the way, was also copied by Hayward at the Disney studios and used for filming the Moon movies that Disney made. A window that faces off to the east was originally supposed to work with a speed of light exhibit that people could perform by bouncing light off Mount Wilson and timing the reflection. That's because, I'm sorry, Michelson had died in 1931 just as this program started, and Caltech was in mourning, so they were going to install this as kind of a memorial to Michelson, but unfortunately that it was never built. Kurth died by taking a break from his Griffith Observatory job on Valentine's Day, 1934. He went to see a movie in Pasadena and walked into the path of a streetcar that used to go down Colorado Boulevard, and then got knocked into a truck, which bashed in his head. And unfortunately, that was the end of him. Another physicist named Rudolf Langer, who was involved with early radio astronomy and stuff at Caltech, came in, but he was very impatient with the whole thing and didn't like that the city was second guessing him on a lot of stuff, and was only there a couple of months. Philip Fox, who was the director of Adler Planetarium, came in on an emergency basis and saw the building through to an end and was the director for the first month of the building's opening. So the building was finished in May 1935. The Zeiss telescope was installed just a few months before then. And the first show was given by Philip Fox on the 14th of May, 1935, which was broadcast on KHJ radio. And there is a sound copy or a sound check recording of this whole speech, in which a lot of the famous physicists like Millikan and all spoke to the audience. After the building opened in May 1935, Porter went back to working on the 200-inch. The problems with the mirrors had been solved. A mirror was being built, and they had to get serious about building a telescope. Exhibits were built of a new type. They were interactive exhibits that people would push a button to start it operating. This one had Chester Stock, who was a geologist at the La Brea tar pits, explain the biological history of the Earth on a huge clock. And so anyway, so Griffith Observatory really is a landmark. Here's a view looking from a NASA jet down at the space shuttle with the 747 carrier, and down at the distance. In the recording that was made at this time, you can hear the pilot say, "Oh yeah, Griffith Observatory, that little bubble down there." But anyway, so I guess a little insight into what went on with the formation of Griffith Observatory. We'll stop sharing my screen. Oh, wait a second. This always happens. Here we go. You stop sharing my screen. Thank you.
Tony, that was absolutely fascinating. We'll have to have you back on.
Yeah, I'm sorry I went over. I wasn't looking.
Yeah, there's a lot to say. I get it, so, it's not, it's not rare that we go a little bit long on Global Star Party, because there's so much great information to share. But and I really do hope that you can do a follow-up on that. So anytime, and it's great to see you again. I haven't seen you in a number of years. So thank you for coming on.
Oh, you're sure welcome.
That's awesome. Okay, well, up next is Jonathan Fay, and Jonathan is he's a software developer. He's well known for his work in astronomy. He is the author of Worldwide Telescope, which is now an open source program managed by the American Astronomical Society. But he's also a developer who does software for imaging and visualization. He got his start when he was I think only 16 years old, writing a program to develop charts out of spreadsheets back in the 80s. So his list of accomplishments in software are really amazing. When you meet Jonathan in person, we meet so many amazing, brilliant people in astronomy and space exploration, but Jonathan Fay is really a standout, and really have enjoyed my interaction with him. And he's got a mind that's truly fascinating. And so it's his first time on Global Star Party, and I'm really happy to have him on. So thank you, Jonathan.
Thank you, Scott, for the introduction and kind words. Worldwide Telescope, if you are not aware of it, is a system for being able to catalog all the information that we have about the universe and astronomy, earth sciences, planetary science, and bring it all together into a browser that runs from a handheld phone to a web browser to running in the world's largest planetariums. So it's an ecosystem of data standards and data that's shared amongst different universities. I'll take credit as co-creator. There's a lot of people over, now, especially now with open source, that contributed to the source code of Worldwide Telescope and a lot of the various incarnations and the data. And so it's a very wide collaboration. So let's talk about, I'm going to briefly go through some of the history of Worldwide Telescope. And it started out somewhere in the late 90s with some of the technology. I had created a infinitely zoomable browser for Earth science data, along with Jim Gray and Tom Barkley with something called Terra Server, and I created a 3D front end for that. There wasn't a lot of interest in developing into a product, and so I aimed it at my passion, which was astronomy, and created visualizations for Earth and the Moon and Mars and different planetary work. Jim Gray and Alex Allais had created a paper where the name Worldwide Telescope comes from, where they were proposing that the world shift from this environment where astronomy used to be a astronomer would go collect, for professional astronomy, would go collect a bunch of data, sit at a telescope, capture a bunch of plates, and then they would study that and basically do work on that and write papers on that. And that was their private collection that they would essentially use for their own career. Eventually those glass plates turned into tape drives and disk drives. But still a lot of this was the basement of these institutions housed all this data that essentially wasn't really shared and wasn't meant to be shared. It was meant to be the data that they could use to make their discoveries. But as time went by, there became a point where Jim and Alex really pushed for this idea that there'd be large missions that would actually go out and collect huge amounts of data and then distribute it free over the internet. And at that time, it was just an idea without any technology, without any backing. Jim and Alex helped found the National Virtual Observatory for the United States. It's now known as the VAO, and worked on essentially the Sloan Digital Sky Survey and making that all available and all public. And that was a very big shift in the way things work. So then that's the work that Jim and Alex contributed. Then Curtis Wong, who is, knows just about everybody and's been there. He was even in Cheers, knew the producers there and ended up as one of the minor barflies in the Cheers TV show. But he worked a lot on tools like taking Da Vinci's Codex Leicester that Bill Gates had purchased and turning it into a product that you could actually look at all the data, see the backwards Italian translated in real time. And it just was a master of being able to create these interactive storytelling narratives and these multimedia tools. And so he had this idea that he really wanted to tell stories with astronomy in a really amazing way. And so you had this idea of this global database, a narrative, and then this infinitely zoomable technology. So then there were other people that were around who were working at doing things like astronomical visualization metadata, or the VAMP project. There was a series called the AstroViz. And so there was a lot of people that just basically were kind of looking for what would happen next in astronomy. And so these all converged into Worldwide Telescope. This is Jim and Alex working on the SDSS database back in the early 2000s, I believe. One of the things that Curtis had worked with Dobson about creating this idea he had for a Dobson's universe, of being able to explore and kind of tell the stories that way. It didn't ever turn into an actual product, but it was some of the inspiration for the storytelling aspects of Worldwide Telescope. And then the tiled engine that I talked about, eventually after getting planets to work, I decided that I wanted to create a 360-degree sky map. And it was going to require 1 trillion pixels of data and all the processing. And it only took me about 10 years to finally do it. And ended up building a supercomputer with 250 node cluster, each with 8 cores, to process all the plate data from the digitized sky survey and create the largest seamless panorama of the sky. and that became our all sky background for a worldwide telescope. So we got together folks from different universities, from Harvard, from Caltech, from people from NASA, Goddard Space Flight Center, JPL, and got everybody to show them the prototype of what could happen if they would just share their data and make it freely available, rather than just tying it up for their own process. And also, a lot of people, even professional astronomers, they were like, why do we need to see it all sky? Why do I need multiple spectral? Why do I need to care about other bands that I don't study? And so some of those things, we showed them the power of what could happen when you can actually take data from multiple spectrums for all the sky and be able to see data in context, and then be able to tell stories with it. About this time, we had created this prototype and this thing that was just going to be a demo for a tech fair at Microsoft Research that we have had every year. And in the final run up to the preparation, Jim Gray just vanished on my birthday, January 28th. And he went out to sea to bury his mom's ashes at sea, and his boat vanished and he was never seen again. There was no evidence of where he went. And they put together, using the technology, Jim was a Turing Award winner, which is like the Nobel Prize of Computer Science. He had created reliable transaction processing. The ATM network and travel the way we know it today wouldn't be possible without a lot of the technologies he invented. And he just vanished. And a lot of the people in technology that his life affected went looking for him, and he never found and declared dead finally after 7 years. But Microsoft Research decided to fund the Worldwide Telescope project in his honor as a legacy for him, because he really wanted to see this democratization of science data. And so that was the jumping point to getting going. So some of the problems we needed to solve back then, we needed to be able to have an intermediate projection to show all the sky images and all planets without having any singularities. You needed to be able to look at an environment that you could author and playback tours, and you needed standard ways of exchanging data, of encoding data, a lot of problems to solve. And so we went about working with professional astronomers, amateur astronomers, even things like incorporating telescope control so that you can control a real telescope, and even worked with a number of work to make communities and such to come on. So in solving one of the other problems is being able to have this all sky imagery and be able to zoom anywhere and not have a singularity. And so we came out with this thing called the toast projection, which allows us to basically tile an entire spherical region without having any area that's more special than the other. If you've ever used a product like Google Earth and try to zoom in on the poles, you'll find that your computer will eventually crash or hang. So getting the going from here to actually launch. We launched at TED in 2008, been back there several different times to show the evolution of it. We have full tools for science operability and for even amateur astronomers. We even had the editor of Sky and Telescope was one of the guys helping out, and he edited a bunch of text files to build the Sky and Telescope constellations into Worldwide Telescope. And I was like, oh my goodness, how much work to have to hand edit this. And so we even added a custom constellation line authoring tool built into the product. In about 2014, Worldwide Telescope transitioned from Microsoft Research to the American Astronomical Society, who now sort of guides and runs runs the product and does that. So I'm going to do a quick demo now. And Worldwide Telescope is, let's see. If you just go to worldwidetelescope.com, you can, sorry, worldwidetelescope.org. I guess com will also redirect you. Let me just bring up a browser here. And so our first version, Scott, is this showing up on my presentation?
It is. Yes.
Okay. So the first version of Worldwide Telescope required a high-end PC, gaming graphics card, all sorts of other things like that to do it. But through technology, we're now able to embed this in a browser. And so now you can come in and go like anywhere in the sky at 1 arcsecond per pixel, zoom in. If you want to right-click on things, you can identify different things in the sky, being able to do other research on this. Of course, the powerful thing is our guided tours. If you want to learn about things, you can click on and be able to actually look at presentations created by professional astronomers and educators, or even general public, other enthusiasts that they can actually guide through flying through the universe, looking at different objects in the sky, and telling stories about science with overlays and all sorts of powerful tools. One of the examples that I used, for instance, I know we're running short on time. I'm not sure what all the beeps mean, Scott, whether that's I'm out or whether it's a countdown, but
No, it's not a countdown.
okay.
Go ahead and go,
So I'll show a quick demo here of being able to look at on all sky surveys. So for instance, right here, if I look at the sky and look at setting up, look at the visual version of our sky in visible light, and then be able to look at X-ray, I can actually crossfade between the two of them. And so you can actually see different objects that don't really appear all that well in visible light, or they're not that there, but you can see right here in X-ray, there's this huge item coming out in X-ray. And if we crossfade into the visible, you can see that it's the Veil Nebula. And so you can learn a lot by being able to actually see what things are doing in different bands of light. And so this is just, I've given you a tiny taste, a drop in the ocean of the amount of the data and the capability that you have in this. And this is just running with a web browser. There's also an installable version for Windows and a cluster version for planetariums and portable planetariums. You can go to on your phone, and you can even use all of the data tools of Worldwide Telescope to add your own websites and very quickly be able to add visualizations to your data. So that's a bit of an overview, and thank you for the time, Scott.
Thank you, Jonathan. That was
and go
great.
to worldwidetelescope.org if you want to learn more about it.
Yeah, I have put those links into chat. And yeah, thanks again for spending some of your valuable time with us. Thank you so much, Jonathan. It was great. Okay, so up next, we're going down under and to Simon Lewis, who will give a special program. I didn't even know how to pronounce the name that you had. You're gonna have to help me out with that, Simon.
Matariki.
Okay, all right. Wonderful.
Right, I'm gonna share my screen here if I can juggle my way around the myriad of. Let's see if I can share my screen now. Oh, here we go. Cool. Okay.
Simon's with the Canterbury Astronomical Society down in New Zealand.
So can you see my screen?
Yes, we can.
Okay, cool, great. So thanks, Scott. I appreciate you inviting me along again. And yeah, I wanted to give you a little update what we're doing down here. Obviously, we've been heavily impacted by Omicron over the last months. And it feels like the last couple of years we've had some real impacts. As Scott said, I'm the Vice President for the Canterbury Astronomical Society. I'm an Explore Scientific ambassador. I'm a member of the ZWO USA team as well. So I get involved in all sorts of stuff. And one aspect that I really enjoy is outreach. And this is a little bit about what we're doing down here. This is also on the back of some really exciting news from New Zealand government over the last week or so. So we'll head into that, and I can tell you a little bit about what's been going on. So Matariki is actually the Maori name for the start of their lunar calendar, which is the new year. And for those that are not familiar with the term, Maori are the indigenous New Zealand population. They were great travelers. And if you go anywhere in the Pacific, all the way from Hawaii, all the way into places like Taiwan, you will see very similar imagery, very similar totems, for example. Cultural symbols use the same. So how did Maori travel across thousands of kilometers of ocean, in open boats, before, the invention of compasses, before the invention of, modern technology? Well, they used the stars. They were fantastic astronomers. And you can see a lot of the history in Maori culture, where they have actually, they look at the stars, they look at the ocean, they look at the land, and all of this ties together in harmony. And Matariki is a very important time for them, and we're just about to, be heading into that season. It's always an exciting time for us as well. Obviously, for outreach, the interest in astronomy goes crazy. We just can't have enough open nights. Everybody wants to see Matariki. They want to come along to the observatory and see what's going on. And the interesting thing is that a lot of people don't actually realize that for Maori, this is the M45, the Pleiades, rising above the eastern horizon in the mornings. So they're always coming to the observatory in the evenings on a Friday going, hey, we really want to see Matariki. It's like, yeah, you might have to wait around a little while. So anyway, so we will jump into this if I can get this to move. So Matariki, Maori name for the new year, and it is signified by the rising of M45 above the horizon, and it's also timed in with the last quarter of the moon of the month. So it falls usually late June to early July. It does move very, very slightly. Now, most people will know M45, Pleiades, but there are many, many different names for it across the globe. There are so many. And in Europe, for example, you might know it as the Seven Sisters. It is Pleiades in the Greek name. Anybody drives a Japanese car, if you drive a Subaru, if you look on the bonnet, look at the logo of the car on a Subaru car. It is actually the Pleiades. M45 is on the logo, and it's very, very significant all across the globe for many different cultures. For Maori, it's a special time of the year. Historically, the stars were closely tied to the planting of crops. It was their celestial clock. It told them when to plant, when to harvest, when to go hunting. And Matariki in particular is the sort of the midwinter festival. It was the midpoint, the darkest time of the year, the coldest time of the year. And if you consider, New Zealand is a huge variance in temperatures and climate. If you go to the north, to the far north, New Zealand is more into the tropics, so it's semi-tropical. It's warm. Even in the winter, you won't get frost or cold. You might get some mornings at 3-4 degrees, but very rarely would you get down to freezing. Whereas if you go down to the south, to Invercargill and Dunedin on the south, they're close to the poles. Another 1,750 kilometers closer to the South Pole. So down there, the Arctic, subantarctic winds come up. They bring, ice and snow up from the south. And certainly for some, for a culture that was, living in, they were living in sort of grass houses. They were houses that were dug into the ground but had roofs of leaves and branches, and that must have been quite horrific. I certainly know that if we have some cold nights here in Canterbury, I can get you down to sort of -10. I can imagine that living out in fairly sort of simple housing would not have been a lot of fun. So they must have been very, very hardy to be living in that kind of environment. But as I was saying, the stars were very significant to them. They have, people within their tribes who would be, almost the key observer, the key astronomer within the group that would learn this information. Only very few people within the tribes who actually knew about this, and they would be, the elders and the specialists in astronomy who the family, whānau is what they call it in New Zealand. The whānau would look to this person to guide them as to when to plant, when to harvest, when to hunt. And the reason that Matariki is so interesting to them is that it was a signifier of what would be the next year. How would it be like? If the stars were clear and bright at Matariki, it would potentially signify an abundant season ahead. And then, of course, if it was a poor Matariki, then they might say, well, that might not be so good this year. An interesting fact, actually, is that not everywhere in New Zealand can see Matariki M45. If you live on the west, at this time of year, in the June and the July, it doesn't rise above the horizon over there. So you would have real problems. So they use some different stars. They actually use Rigel, which would be the signifier of Matariki for the West Coast. But here on the east, we have a good clear view out to the ocean. From my observatory here, I'm at about 150 meters above sea level, but it's flat out to the east, across the Canterbury Plains, out across the ocean. So, and if you're on any of the higher ground, certainly you get a fantastic view out to the east. So, for example, Banks Peninsula, which is a dormant volcano, is a great place to go observe Matariki, and that's where a lot of locals do actually go out there. So they actually used, Maori used, the stars, the movement of the constellations, the rising of stars, and the phases of the moon. It was very, very important to them, and they were extremely valuable. They were very well noted, very well recorded, and they have a very precise understanding of the seasons, and that certainly helped them as they cross the Pacific Ocean. So, if you go to Hawaii, for example, as I said, you will see very, very similar totems, very similar color schemes and imagery used. And that travel, I've traveled quite extensively across the Pacific, and it's amazing. You can go to Hawaii and see this kind of imagery. And then if you go to the Western Pacific, you go to Taiwan, for example, all the way across those thousands of kilometers ocean, the same imagery appears again and again. So the one thing that's also worth noting is that many of the Pacific cultures also have a similar festival to Matariki. It's not only dedicated to Maori. A lot of the different cultures across the Pacific use the same time as a time of celebration. And it really was a time of celebration. It was to think on the past, to think on the present, to be with family and to be with friends, to eat good food and enjoy time together, and then to look towards the next year ahead. And many people in New Zealand actually use this time still today. They will go out, they will go and enjoy the stars and go and enjoy the country and get together with food, friends and family. And it is still a special time here in New Zealand for Matariki. It's enjoying a bit of a renaissance as well, because up until the last 50 years or so, it wasn't a truly New Zealand holiday or something that the white settlers, the Pākehā, would take an interest in. But there has been a huge renaissance in the Maori language and Maori culture, which is absolutely fantastic. And so this has become really, really special for us. So just a quick look then, this is a sky view of the east out towards Matariki rising. You can see that just above here in the northeast, with M45 rising above the horizon on the 24th of June at 5 a.m. in the morning. And this year is going to be spectacular because we have this fantastic alignment from Mercury down on the horizon here, Venus, a last quarter moon, Mars, Jupiter, and then all the way up here, Saturn. So we've got this fantastic line. We've got a huge amount of interest this year, much more than we normally do, because we've been telling people about this fantastic alignment that is coming. And it's going to be great going out on the 24th of June in the morning. We have a special event lined up with our local city, where they've basically given us the grounds and their largest library here locally. And we'll go out and we're going to do a special event with the local council as well. So that's going to be really good. Looking forward to that one. And the great news this year, previously Matariki has been very much a personal celebration. And while we have a number of other awesome holidays here in New Zealand to celebrate our culture, this year, the New Zealand government has announced that Matariki going forward will be a national holiday. And the first year this year will be the 24th of June, next year 14th of July, and then back to the 28th of June in 2024. So what does that mean? Well, it means actually we're getting a wonderful holiday to celebrate friends, family, but suddenly we've ended up with a holiday which has become a national astronomy holiday. And that's the way I look at it. The interest in astronomy has grown significantly over the last years. We've seen huge increases in the number of people in our local observatory. Canterbury Astronomical Society, we've doubled our membership and more over the last 2 years. There has been a tremendous increase in the interest. A lot of that interest comes from the wonderful images that people see online. Astrophotography, everybody wants to be doing it. They're interested in getting involved in it. And the great thing about New Zealand is that the schools also teach astronomy as part of their national curriculum. So the schools will be in this year talking to their classes about asteroids and comets and eclipses and the moon. And we, as part of the Canterbury Astronomical Society, we've got a number of school events as well. We've got one coming up in June, in May, which is going to be 300 kids we're going to be running in an evening, where we're going to have multiple telescopes, going to have some astrophotography gear, and we're going to be setting up at the school, and it's a local school, but we get a tremendous interest in astronomy over the last years, and that's absolutely fantastic. So I can't be more excited. We're actually getting a national public holiday, and a large portion of that holiday is about celebrating astronomy, because the event is actually an astronomical event. Can't ask for more than that. It's amazing. So we've been very heavily involved with our local city over the last few years. And every year we get involved in Matariki celebrations. In the past, we've done astrophotography exhibitions for them. We've done some talks in the previous years as well. We've run observing, and we have a really great relationship with our local city regarding outreach. Our mayor is a member of our society. I mean, you know, what do they say? Keep your friends close, but your enemies closer. Our local mayor is actually part of our astronomy club. He's active. He has a 10-inch Dobsonian, which he drags out. And there's a number of his staff who are also heavily involved in astronomy. So we have a lighting covenant around our observatory. They have reduced the lighting for 5 kilometers around our observatory, and that engagement is really, really important for us. They promote us and encourage us, but also we get some fantastic support from them. They produce these wonderful leaflets. We produced a leaflet on stargazing in Selwyn, which is our local district, and that was all funded by the local council, which is fantastic. If anybody's interested to see the kind of activities we get up to, there's a link here, which is selwyn.nz, which is the local government /things to do /stargazing. They created a YouTube broadcast for us, and that was based on footage that we took part in, and again, another celebration of the engagement that we have with the local city to support outreach and astronomy within the Christchurch area. And that's been spectacular. We also had a spot on national television a couple of years ago, and we literally sold out all of our winter tickets within 24 hours, because they did literally a 3-minute slot. There was a planetary alignment like there is this year, and it made national news. And I literally for 24 hours, all I did was take bookings and answered journalists, ringing up asking for information. So just coming up then, so we have a very busy winter program, of course, and this year in particular, because of Matariki, we've got our outreach open nights. We run from April through to September. We run every Friday evening. We get about 90 to 100 people through the door. Not quite the 1,000 through the door that Griffith's Observatory can muster, but that's not bad considering that Christchurch is a city of 300,000. So the local area really is interested. We get a lot of scout groups, a lot of schools groups coming through, and they're encouraged because the kids, of course, are learning. They're learning astronomy at school, and then, of course, they want mum and dad to take them to the observatory and actually use the telescopes there. We also do private groups as well in the winter months, at least once, if not twice a week as well. And then in July, we do Kids Fest. So that's 15 nights of absolute mayhem and chaos. We get between 80 and 100 kids through the door on every evening for 15 nights if the weather is good, and that's from sort of ages 5 to 15, and that is again a local city sponsored event, And that's a sellout every year. As soon as that goes up online, within a few days, that gets sold out as well. Between those two events, we will get between 7,500 and 8,000 visitors through the observatory every year. So again, not like the Griffiths, but certainly for a local, local astronomy group here in New Zealand, that's pretty good. And then on the 24th and the 25th, we'll have some Matariki celebrations, out at the library doing an event there. But also then on the 25th, we'll be doing another open night in the evening for the littlies that can't get up at 5 o'clock in the morning. That's including me, because I decided to vote for the evening session, not the morning one. And of course, later on in the year, M45 will be back round into an evening object, and then that's when the astrophotographers can get on board instead of trying to fight imaging an object that is close to the rising sun in the mornings. Now, we've got a ton of other stuff that we're doing this year. Now, quick quiz then, Scott. Which famous telescope is this?
It's the back end of a telescope. I don't know.
Yeah. This is the back end of, it's a 2.7 meter telescope, and it's the back end of a Boeing 747.
Ah, Sophia.
Sophia. So this winter, Sophia is back in town. It's been a year or two since we've seen her here. And she will be back in June, July for the southern deployment in 2022. Now, we have a fantastic relationship with Sophia. We get private groups and tours, as well as some engagement with them. They come to our winter barbecue every year. So they bring the s'mores, and we bring the barbecue, and we have a fantastic evening with the crew. Always a pleasure to see them. We really miss them over the last years, but they will be back this year as well. And a year or two ago, I got a fantastic tour alongside the team with Nick, Veronica, and the group, and we got on board and had a great time with the gang. And so we're really looking forward to those guys being back as well. So why do they come here? Well, the winter sky here is very dark. It's dark early, so they head off down towards the ice. It's very cold. The telescope is a 2.7 meter infrared telescope. Sophia standing for the Stratospheric Observatory for Infrared Astronomy. And they go up and they fly up to about 45,000 feet down here in the Southern Ocean. It's cold, and the gang spend many hours flying around observing different objects, and they enjoy the dark here as well. Coming from California, of course, I'm not sure that they like the cold. They're still trying to get their head around doing a barbecue in -5 degrees.
Yikes.
But we warmed them up with some. We have some nice special drinks down here that keep them nice and warm, and a barbecue around a big bonfire. So they really love that. So we're looking forward to seeing them again this year. And finally, we're looking forward to the reopening of the Christchurch Observatory. So I mentioned this previously, and this might be of interest to the guys in terms of historical telescopes. So this is the Townsend T 6-inch refractor. This telescope is very, very old. It was back to the 1800s, and is an amazing piece of hardware. It is absolutely a work of art in terms of the controls and the mount that is on. The mount is actually pendulum driven with a clock, and to keep sidereal time. And it was housed at the top of the observatory tower here in Christchurch until the earthquakes. And unfortunately, this was the state of the telescope after the earthquakes. um, we unfortunately lost the whole building, and the telescope itself was buried under many tons of rock. The building itself is made of solid stone, and the dome, you can see there's the dome here on the ground.
Wow.
That dome was up there.
Oh my God.
On the roof. So all of this tower collapsed, all of the side of this building collapsed, and landed in the square, and the telescope was basically destroyed.
Oh, horrible.
There was various donations to rebuild this telescope, and one of our Canterbury Astronomical Society members was a very good engineer. He worked with the University of Canterbury, and they started to rebuild the telescope. Unfortunately, he passed away some years ago, but the legacy was carried on. His wife has been doing a huge amount of the work, actually, in terms of repainting and taking the telescope back to its original condition for preservation. And they're not far off, actually. The tower itself has been rebuilt. So what they've done is taken the facade of the tower and rebuilt the inside to seismic standards, so that the tower will be safe in future earthquakes, of which New Zealand is prone to. Unfortunately, we live on the Ring of Fire. So it's certainly a time here that we will have more earthquakes in the future. So the tower has been rebuilt. It opens towards the end of this year. The telescope here, you can see the telescope on the right-hand side. It has been mostly repaired. There are still some final parts to be finished off before it will be placed back onto the tower. But we're really looking forward to seeing that back in operation. And why? Because the Canterbury Astronomical Society, our founders, were actually part of this original project. And the Canterbury Astronomical Society was shelved for some years. The money from the society that they had gained at the time was given to the telescope to keep it running. And then we restarted back in the 60s in our new site, which is out of the city, actually. So we're about 40 minutes out of the city on a dark sky out to West Melton. But that's pretty much, fantastic to see. The council has put, many thousands of dollars money back into building this. So who knows? Maybe we'll see some open nights at the Christchurch Observatory as well in the future with the Townsend Teas. And by the way, the primary objective of this thing is in a wood packing crate, and it takes 4 of us to lift. So it's a pretty extensive plans. So so that's pretty much it. So Matariki is going to be a busy time. We're going to be busy with our outreach program. It's going to be absolutely fantastic, and looking forward to it as always. And with COVID's quickly disappearing here in New Zealand, we're already getting a big lift in interest. So that will be us for the winter season. So looking forward to it, and I'm sure we'll give you some further updates on the Townsend Teas. And I can see John's got his hand up, so he's going to ask me a question about this telescope.
Yes.
I can answer it.
Yeah, it's
If I can.
Go ahead, John.
look at the new building and everything. It's cool. So
Oh, yeah.
Yeah,
I
it needs to be. It's solid reinforced concrete, and they've just used the old stone around the front to create a skin.
just wanted to say how grateful I am to see that the tower is being rebuilt. This is the first I learned of that. I had my fingers crossed that this would happen. It was a lifelong memory for me, because I had a chance to visit Christchurch several times, and I had a chance to use this telescope before the earthquake. And
Wow.
and the tower looked like that, and some very kind people down there in the Canterbury Astronomical Society let me visit. I've spent time at your observatory out sort of near the airport, but also in this dome. I spent some time alone up in this incredible dome. And for a guy who grew up in New England in the United States to come find himself in New Zealand in a dome like this, looking at southern stars, it was a memory I will never forget. So when the earthquake hit and I heard about it, it was of course devastating. It was amazing that the lens, the 6-inch lens, was not broken. So it's not like you're having to redo the lens. Amazingly, the lens survived this catastrophe, as I understand. But thank you very much for the update on this wonderful project.
Yeah.
Yeah,
Absolutely.
I have to thank there's a few individuals that have taken this project on. The University of Canterbury have been absolutely supportive of this, but Dale Kershaw, who was the widow of the gentleman involved, Dale has taken this to heart as well. She wants to see it back on the roof in the observatory. And by the way, if you're just wondering how, John was talking about how to get up to the scope here, up this ladder around the roof.
Oh my gosh.
So to get up there actually was through the building and then up the rails and then onto the roof here. So
Wow.
yeah, and this was very popular before the Canterbury Astronomical Society was on its site where it is now. This was the star attraction, and meant a few of our members used to run this on Saturday evenings in the town. So yeah, there is a lot of history here, as John says. It was fortuitous that the primary was buried, but it was buried under the dome and saved from,
Wow.
probably
Wow.
certain destruction. If you look on the left-hand side there, you can see.
I'm just thinking that that lens must have been shattered, so.
And the scaffolding was actually put up after because we had a whole series of quakes over 6-9 months.
Mhm.
The first quakes, they had put up the scaffolding to try and shore up the building, but also get access to the roof to start saving stuff. Unfortunately, before they could remove the telescope, we took a big hit, and actually that earthquake actually destroyed much of the central business district of Christchurch, and even now we're still rebuilding the city after those earthquakes. So I'm sure, John, next time you're fancying a trip to New Zealand, please come and revisit. We would love to host you again. In fact, anybody that's coming here,
New Zealand is to be highly, highly recommended. The South Island is incredible. Have you made progress rebuilding the cathedral and the square as well, I imagine?
Yeah, so the cathedral is actually in progress, but it's taken a long time because of obviously the money involved. There's quite a lot of politics and organizations who had different ideas about it. So the rebuild has started of that, but that's another multi-year project. But the city will look very different, I'm sure. A lot of the old buildings that were here when you were here are gone. And the city is starting to look like a very, very modern New Zealand city, which is fabulous, but one that is not forgetting its history, which is great.
The scope was made by Cook. I'm not sure we mentioned that, and I'm pretty sure it dated from the 1860s. But a classic Cook telescope made in England, and it was the condition was magnificent when I saw it years ago.
Yeah, and we actually had a case for the objective. It really, it was beautiful. Everything in it was brass. I did point out the timing mechanism is actually on a pendulum, which they actually wound up. And Graham Kershaw, he actually rebuilt all this by hand, and it's just an absolute work of art. When you hear this thing running, it sounds like the most beautiful grandfather clock sitting ticking away in your hallway. And you know, the mechanism, I could watch the telescope and watch the stars, but I could also watch this thing spinning away with its governor regulating time, really measuring time. Cool. So yeah, pretty much that's the update from the south here, Scott. Thank you very, very much for inviting me back on. And,
you are welcome, of course, anytime, Simon. I love that you are able to make it. I understand you're on vacation right now, so maybe that made it a little easier.
It did. Sometimes these meetings, unfortunately, fall in the middle of the working day here.
Yeah.
So
right.
It's not always the easiest time to get on, but
Sure.
I do love coming on and sharing what we're doing here. It's really very remote from the rest of the world, so it's not always easy to know what's going on down here. I know that you'll probably get more of an update than many people, because I work, spend a lot of time helping Tyler and the team there as well, and I appreciate the support you guys give us too.
We appreciate the support you're giving us, so thank you very much.
So thanks, and let's hand it over and let's hear some more awesome updates.
Thank you very much. But for now, we're going to take about a 10-minute break. So it's time to stretch your legs and get a coffee or get a sandwich, and we'll be back in about 10 minutes. So that's it.
At this time, I think I'm going to take you up on that, Scott. Hola, Maxi. And the hammer, Nico.
Maxi was already eating. I saw him earlier on. He was probably eating his breakfast.
I'm gonna go grab a late snack. Of course, Simon, as the scourge of COVID wanes, I have planned not only to visit Maxi in Argentina, but to go to New Zealand with camera in tow, see what I can do to some of those some of these southern skies that you have. There's some beautiful areas out there that I would love to see if I can capture and bring back north.
Yeah, you should. Give me a shout when you've got it booked up. So we're the flights are reopening. The requirements for isolation have been removed. We're pretty much reopening New Zealand to the world. So
cool. I think Australia is still a little close. That's where my brother-in-law went. He just got back. Unfortunately, he tested positive while he was down there. He was fine, but he followed the quarantine protocol while he was down. Yeah. So his vacation was extended by a few days. Chris, yes, I actually wanted to get up and go, but I had to start talking night sky. So I am the halftime entertainment. Harold Locke, my good friend. Hello. Good to see you. Marcelo Souza, Dr. Marcelo Souza is here, and I know he'll be on next before I show. Well, it says Nightscapes, but gonna be moonscapes tonight, because we've had a lot of clouds and the moon is full.
Yeah, we've had the same problem here. We've had the cloudiest, wettest summer in 80 years. So it has been absolutely awful for astronomy. And we've had, normally in the summer we get fire bans, and, we're always worried about how dry it is. But this year everything stayed green. So we've had nothing at all. It's just been cloud and rain. So we're looking forward to getting into the winter and we're starting to get a few clear nights and starting to get cold. We've had 1 or 2 frosts already, so it's definitely heading towards that time. Reopening the observatory at the end of the month as well, so that's going to feel like getting into winter again, standing out in the cold for 3 hours talking to the public. But it'll be good. So Lots
Yeah.
of things planned, which is always, and we'll blink and it will be September,
Yeah, I know winter there is, I think, some of the best night sky time, because the Milky Way goes straight overhead. We in the Northern Hemisphere call it Milky Way season. And I've always been quick to say, well, not so fast. You wait till you go to the Southern Hemisphere before you talk about Milky Way season in the core, because it has a different meaning where
That's
you
right.
are, or Maxi, Nicholas, you all get to see a lot more of our galactic bulge than we do.
Yeah, we also struggle because, of course, when you've got the nice northern targets for us are in the middle of the summer, and then we're dealing with daylight. So if I want to shoot stuff in the north, I'm not getting out. I have very, very short windows for northern targets, which is a bit of a shame. So, but yeah, in the winter, it's I'm in a Bortle 2 here to just
Nice.
2-3 really, depending on the sky conditions. But in the winter, I can be doing 12 or 13 hours in a night, and so it's great.
Yeah.
But yeah, come the summer, if I want to shoot stuff in the north, then it's really hard. Maxi will know when it's like 11 o'clock at night and it's still light. It's like, come on, it'll be daylight in 4 hours.
Yeah, isn't there a time where the Northern Cross and the Southern Cross are in the sky at the same time?
I don't know about here. Yeah, because we have multiple crosses.
Yes, I think here we can see the north cross, but maybe in Brazil, I don't know if Marcelo could.
Yeah, it would be whenever the summer triangle is visible. That's where Cygnus and a part of Cygnus basically forms the shape of a cross. It's a northern, so we call it the Northern Cross, even though we also call it Cygnus. And Southern Cross, of course, you have to be far enough south to see it as it comes up. Jeff Weiss says he enjoys his Bortle 7+ skies. Well, Jeff, it may take a few more frames to gather some data, but I've seen some pretty spectacular work, about 45 hours of integration, and you can still get some pretty incredible stuff, but it's 45 hours.
Some amazing stuff from in cities on Tokyo, for example, in narrowband, and just doing fantastic work. But yeah, I much prefer the Bortle 2 out here, and going out and just looking up, and it's like, okay, wow.
Yeah. Yeah, it's
I had my microphone mute.
So you were trying to join in.
Yeah, I was talking. What?
Yeah, we were just talking away. What is Maxi saying? We don't know.
Scott has the same problem more early, so it's. But here in my home, I can see Cygnus to the north. And but it's a huge constellation.
Yeah.
But
so there's
the whole Cygnus constellation, Maxi.
Yes, I can see it. I remember that I can see it, but I have my neighbor with the LED lights and everything. But I can see the principal stars of the
I think I need to destroy the next 20 kilometers of my house to break out the city and maybe see it.
No, but I only have it. I don't know. 2 or
2 minutes
3.
To make some coffee. I'll be right back.
Okay, I have it 3 or 4 hours looking at the north because sometimes I try to take pictures to. I don't remember the nebula. Let me find it.
What is your latitude, Maxi?
34.
Oh, okay. So you're you're still in the southern hemisphere, so you're literally the same as me. I'm just further way round because
Yes.
we're 43 here, so we're a little further south.
Exactly. You're
Yes.
mostly like Tierra del Fuego here. That's and that's why you can see. I remember you shared some pictures of the Aurora Australis.
Yeah, that's right. Yeah.
Mhm.
Yes,
But
There was an aurora here last week, but it wasn't strong enough to make it up towards me. But in the south, in Dunedin, Invercargill, they got some fantastic pictures. But yeah, it needs to be a lot stronger for it to make it up to me, because I'm 700 kilometers or 800 kilometers from the south of New Zealand. So if they see it down south, it's not always possible for us to see it here.
yes.
But I have
We
a
are-
good view straight south out of the back of the observatory is flat, so straight to the south. So I have a fairly good view of it. If it's this far north, I can see it pretty good. But yeah, last week was also full. Yeah, getting towards a big bright moon as well. So not easy.
yeah. Always the best night is with full moon. Always.
Yeah, of course. Yeah. Yeah. If you're gonna
Nico-
get the best aurora ever, it would be on a full moon. You're right.
Yeah.
Nico, when you went to Tierra del Fuego, you can't see it. No, it was,
No, when I was I was in Ushuaia in Tierra del Fuego twice, and we can't see anything.
oh, maybe the solar activity wasn't
Yeah,
too
it
much.
was low.
Mhm.
Well, hello, everybody. Hope you enjoyed your 10-minute break. And we are ready to get started with Marcelo Souza down in Brazil. Marcelo is the senior editor of Skies Up magazine. He's also, a powerhouse astronomy outreach educator in Brazil and throughout South America. And he is about to launch his National Astronomy and Astronautics Symposium. I think it's this weekend. Is that right?
Hi, how are you, Scott?
Good.
Nice to meet you.
Nice
Thank
to
you
meet
again for the invitation and for your kind words. We are now preparing for the annual event that you organize, that will happen this Friday. Can you hear me?
Yes, we can hear you.
Okay, and we are preparing for the event that will happen this Friday. But something that we are talking about now here in Brazil, our group here, many people are asking us. I will share here my screen. One moment. Sorry. One moment. I think that we will talk during many times about this, but is a solar activity. I was talking with our friends, and this is the others of our group internet. This was the prediction of the new cycle, the 25 solar cycle. This was the prediction made in 2019. This you see here, the prediction that will not be a so strong cycle with not so many activities in solar activities, but it is not what is happening now. This was in 2019, the end of 2019. This was what is being measured in the solar activity.
Oh, that's
We,
great.
we can see that you have more activities than predicted. Here we can see the count of the sunspots, the number of sunspots.
Mhm.
Here, see, then here I have the 19, 20, 21, 22, 23. You see here that probably we will have a stronger cycle, and will not what was predicted. And what is indicating this? I will show only last week, from the beginning of April until now. We have this was the prediction of the activity in April 14, that was a geomagnetic storm, G2 class, that arrived. Here is the prediction, and they were predicting auroras in New York and Idaho. I believe that, I don't know if you are seen there, but it was predicted in April 40. But I know that in the south region of Canada, they saw auroras in this period. And now, near us, on April 7th, we had another one, X-class solar flare, that we have a pulse of X-rays from the flare that produces a strong shortwave radio blackout in Asia and Australia. Then we can see that we have a lot of activities happening in the sun, and now we have these three big sunspots here. We are predicting that you have, this is prediction from today. They are predicting that there is a 75% chance of M-class solar flares today. Yesterday, for I don't know, here in Brazil, it is yet April 90, and 25% chance of a powerful X flares. This, and here is a reason of this. We have three big sunspots in the sun that now is in the direction of the Earth. The other one that happened, they were not in the direction of the Earth. Now is direction. I don't know what will happen in soon, but you have a possibility to have another Carrington event probably. I don't know if this will happen, but in 2012 we almost had a Carrington event. Here are the pictures of the sunspot. Have another thing is near here, and this is the Carrington event. For I want to remember that on 1st and 2 September 1859 was the largest geomagnetic storm that was recorded until today.
Wow.
Auroras was seen in Caribbean. They have reports of aurora was visible in Cuba, Mexico, and also in Colombia. Was a strong magnetic storm. Have many facts here on Earth, and one of them is telegraph systems that failed. You have also the distributions of power that didn't work. Many things happen here on Earth's surface. Then what's happening now, the question is this: we have a new Carrington-like event. You need to see, because almost we had in 2012 for only 90 days. If it happened 90 days later, we will have an event like the new Carrington, the Carrington event, and we have a probability now. We will have another event like Carrington. It's something that now have satellites here in Earth orbit, and on February, 40 star links that you call from Elon Musk satellites had problems because of solar storm. Then if we have a big solar storm now, we have different effects than what's happening in the period of the Carrington event. This is something I want to remember this and showing that it is important to look to the sun in the spirit. We are doing activities and we have here many people that want to know what is happening with the sun as we have more activity than predicted. Let's see what is going to happen. This is our event that will happen. Everything, if everything work well as we are organizing for, you will have a first time since the beginning of the pandemic. It's the first time that you organize in a theater, an event in a theater on April 22. And you have also an online event. These are the invited speakers for these events. We have Dr. Varujan Gosian from NASA, JPL. We have also Dr. David Levy, Scott Roberts, that also participates, Tom Fields, Mike Simmons, Stephen Hamilton, Tunç Tezel from Turkey, Suresh Batarai from Nepal, Mibonte Nidugun from Cameroon, Pierre Paquette from Canada, Habib, that is from Peru but is living here in Brazil, Juraci, these are the Brazilian. If I will participate, and Dennis, that is also from Brazil, but you have also an astrophotographer that is a physician that works with astrophotography here. He wrote an article for the Skies Up magazine last year.
Excellent.
Samir, that is responsible for the Parque Estadual do Desengano, the first dark sky park in Latin America. And now we have the new talents here. This is Paulo Vitor. He has only 17 years old, and he's studying the Einstein's equations and now the Gertite equations. He is working with the field theory, and he's also solving, and he's yet in the high school, in school, but he's solving problems of post-graduation here. He's working with using cosmology, and there's a new talent that we have here in Brazil. He's very young, and he likes mathematics and physics. Here, new talents here to develop program that apps for compute for smartphones. 3 girls that Isabelle participates here in one of the 2 programs here, and the 2 talents in astronomy here, Deborah and Bruno. Deborah also participates in your program here, and these are the group, and Nicolinha that you make a presentation during the event here. She has only 9 years old.
Yes.
She has support of her family, and she's doing a fantastic project with other students in the city that she lives now. This Wonderful. And what we have also during the international events, they ask us to do again. We are going to do again the drive-in of astronomy during the events.
That's fun. That's great.
We organize it on this Saturday and Sunday during the events. The event will finish Saturday and begin the drive-in of astronomy. And something that's curious here, because they want us to make observation of the moon. But I said many times to them that we are the 3rd quarter of the moon. It's not possible to see the moon in the beginning of the night, but they insist and they included in the announcement of the event that we will see in real time the moon in the sky. This is something that we try to explain every time that you organize an event, but they many people imagine that you can see anytime that you want to see the moon in the sky. And here are images of the last
Yeah, I think that's
drive-in
so
that
cool.
we organized here. And this is now we have the characters that will participate again. And this is our activity that we will do again this year.
That looked like a
That's
complete
fun.
lot of fun.
Yeah, a lot of fun.
I like the drawing of the rabbit on the moon in that
Yeah,
one
that was
scene.
cool. The kids' reaction is priceless. It's awesome.
And this is what we are going to do again this time. Thank you very much, Scott. Sorry for the short presentation, but
Oh,
today
Marcelo, thank you.
No, it's
I'm
actually perfect. That it's about the children.
I'm very tired today because we are organized the event, and
That's awesome.
but
It's wonderful.
I hope everything worked well for the event.
Yeah. I look forward
Thank
to
you very much for the
being-
invitation. It's nice to be with all of you.
We'll see you this weekend. Take care.
Thank you.
Bye-bye.
Bye.
Okay. So up next is a favorite on the Global Star Party, Adrian Bradley, who does beautiful landscape, nightscape work, blending his talents for handling a camera with his love for the sky. So Adrian, thanks for coming on again. I don't know how many Global Star Parties you've been on now, but it's quite a few.
Probably 2 months worth. Ever since David Levy said you should come on the Global Star Party with me, and you invited me in, I said, yeah, I'll do it, and I've enjoyed it. It's been a great outlet for me, not only sharing my work, but then it inspires me to go get more work and use it to talk about the night sky. I've gotten back into bowling recently, but as I told the bowlers, I got to go because I have a presentation to make and I won't miss. So with that, I'm going to share my screen. And actually, I think I showed last week some of the bowling pictures that I took. So when it's cloudy, as I always share, the skies just get cloudy at night, and what looks like a promising night quickly goes away with the type of weather we've had here. So because the full moon has been slowly coming up, I've decided to share more of my attempts at moonscapes, as well as things that are going on in life. You can kind of see the overview of everything here. We'll start with this picture of the moon. Every once in a while, just hand holding a camera, I get a pretty good shot of the moon. One thing that I look for is on the limb. If I've got some detail on the limb, especially with this. Now, in the southern hemisphere, here are the ears of the rabbit. The rabbit's upside down when you look at the moon in the northern hemisphere. But when you've got some detail like this, that means either I had a combination of steady skies, a steady hand, image stabilization. All of it had to work together to get the type of detail where you could continue to zoom in with a handheld shot at this point, it's beginning to pixelate a little bit, but you can see Hadley's Rill, which I believe is this area right here, if I'm not mistaken. You can see some of the areas in the Apollo landing zones. Let's drop back because I believe Apollo 11 landed somewhere, either this plane or that plane, and Apollo 16 wasn't too far. Apollo 17's up here. Apollo 15, the All Michigan crew at Hadley's Rill. And then there were two more that when I took this picture weren't quite there. Apollo 12 and Apollo 14, which Apollo 13 was supposed to go where Apollo 14 ended up going. So there's a couple of different, so the early full moon rises during the day for us, and this part of the moon is cut off. It appears full except for this particular piece of the moon. And when it rises late, this part gets cut off and you can see a little bit of the terminator. Somewhere around there, I may have a 100% full moon. I'll have to look and see if I can find it. But most of the time, you get, when you shoot at the full moon, you'll get an early or you'll get a late. If you look at your astronomy software, you can find out what percentage of the moon is covered, and you can challenge yourself to capture a 100% full moon if it's going to go to 100% while you can see it. Now, one of the best things to watch, if you can, is moonrise. And this is just a quick picture of seeing the moon come above the horizon. Trying to take a picture of it, you generally blow out the moon with everything else in the sky, but it's quite impressive to see suddenly the disk of the moon just appears on the horizon and it's slowly rising up. If you go over water, it's easier to see. And if you take a large picture of it, now this is with a camera.
Wow.
You can see that this was a composite. You've got the detail of the moon, but it looks like it was kind of plopped in on this. Otherwise, there's a blurry rising of the moon. Your eyes see it a lot better than this. So I'm still working on getting a good composite that makes this look the way that it's seen to the eye. Similarly, I'll show a couple of the pictures. This is from a different full moon rising. And based on where this is, I believe it was the early full moon. I have to, thinking of how dark it was here, it may have actually been a little later. But that's the actual size of the moon. I scaled the moon to this size based on everything else here, the lake. A lot of times you'll see the moon appear larger in composite shots, but it really isn't. It's in these sort of wide angle pictures, it's a tiny thing. This was probably the best one that I've done, and I know I've shown it here on Global Star Party before. This is how our eyes see the moon over the water. And this was where because of the whether there was turbulence here, it sort of split the light from the moon into two. But this is as close as I've gotten to a naked eye shot. It's a composite, and I had to do a lot of smoothing out of the bright light where the moon is here. But that is pretty accurate as far as how we see the detail, the contrast, and how we see the rest of the night sky.
It's a really nice picture, Adrian, and that's right. That when you see that with your eye, you can see something like this, and when you take the picture, you get or the moon all white, or just that little dot in the sky.
Yeah,
it's really hard to get
like that.
What we see.
That's what you get.
Yeah, that's
moon's
right.
bright in the sky, and that's what you see.
Yeah,
So
and
it
you see,
takes,
I want to show what I am seeing, and this is really hard.
yeah, and that's what makes this such a, I worked on that picture for a little while. Because let's see, this one, I think I tried to work on it too. See, this one, the moon's too big. It's neat looking, but it's too big. It's not quite, I wouldn't call it quite as realistic. And then recently I tried to capture it, this image. Everything else, very nice. And then the contrail went across the moon. But what you're seeing is when I plop the moon in place, it looks like it's ahead of the contrail. So there's still some work for me to do to make these shots more realistic. Opacity, of the moon might have been a good thing to do here. That may have actually done the trick for me, but I'm still working at it. So other compositions, we were recently talking about observatories in the cathedral, and this is the church that I was in front of when I took some of the photos. And you can't really see it. This is actually Betelgeuse, and those are a couple of the belt stars of Orion. Orion was in the sky, the winter hexagon was behind it, but there's so much bright light that getting any starlight at all, there's a lens flare. But so that was the church that I was in front of. And those of us celebrating Easter recently, I used the statue
that's cool.
of Jesus to make a composition here. And there's that bright moon you were talking about, Nico. I didn't bother composing or doing a composite of it. I wanted to see,
it's really nice.
Yeah, how that would look. Now I know there's a much larger statue that I would love to frame something like this in the world. And let's see, I think those are all the images. Of course, we talked about Aurora, and this is one of the images I'll always love, when we were able to see it from my spot in Michigan. It looked beautiful on the horizon. This was one of the pictures where I was able to frame it in between the trees. And I recently edited this to show some of the rocks and some of the foliage where I was standing when I took this photo. And so that is basically it. As usual, I share images of birding, because sometimes the night sky's cloudy, just go take pictures in the day. We have a lot of juvenile bald eagles in the area. This one's scouring for food. Tomorrow I'm going to watch some baseball, so I'm going to see a scene something like this, where one of the hitters for the Yankees will be batting and there'll be someone catching. That netting is there to protect us from foul balls. What's interesting is I think this is sports photography is the only type of photography where I don't use any of the same kits to do night sky. If I were a paid sports photographer, I would use the exact same kit that I use to capture this moon, but I would just shoot a little bit faster. But so with that, my moonscapes for this particular full moon. Hopefully in 2 weeks, I'll be back at it shooting some Milky Way photography. My plan is to go to one of my favorite spots about 3 hours north of me and catch the Milky Way coming over a fairly large size river. I've also planned on heading to Okie-Tex. I went ahead and registered along with another astronomy buddy of mine. So I'll be at Okie-Tex in late September, and I'll see what kind of images I can get. I'll probably do some more visual astronomy as well when I'm down there. So looking forward to that. And Scott, that's it for tonight.
All right. Thank you very much. Thank you. All right, so up next is Maxi Falieres. Maxi is down in Argentina, of course, and it's good to have you back on Global Star Party, Maxi. If Maxi's there.
I think
What?
he goes away for a
Yeah,
little.
okay. So why don't we move? Who's up next? We have. Is Caesar available?
Hi, Scott. Can you
Okay.
hear me?
I hear you, Caesar. Okay, we'll let you go on and then catch up with Maxi. Okay.
Yes.
Okay.
No problem. We can talk.
Okay. Thank you.
Okay.
Thank you. I'll give it to you.
Yes. It was a week where after the Star Party in San Rafael, Mendoza, we are working with the people and talking about the pictures that every people took in the Star Party, watching some process for different view landscapes with Milky Way, something that normally for one shot picture, and maybe I can talk with about this with Adrian Bradley, because he's an expert about process for landscape photography. I tried, of course, that using Photoshop, the classic Adobe Photoshop, is easy to take a stronger Milky Way with a view, with a more spectacular view of colors. You can have touching the curves of everything. You can change very fastly colors and make a more spectacular impress of your picture. But in another way, something that we try less spectacular than Adobe Photoshop, and sometimes when you have the option of something that it's a free software, free astronomy software, I tried something with a Serial that is an available free software for astronomy, and you can use in a similar way, like when you have a single, a stacked picture of a nebula or a galaxy. You can use for, of course, you can use for CR2 or raw format image. Well, let me check if I can share this. Let me 1 minute to share, because I was not totally ready, prepared for this, because I was thinking that Maxi was first, like behind me. And let me, okay. Adrian, you can open your microphone, because it's your feel about,
Well, I'll tell you, you're absolutely right.
You can say yes.
Yeah, I use Photoshop and I use some of the astronomy tools. Anything that does flats isn't so good if you have a landscape, but Astronomy tool has a thing that enhances DSOs that I use a lot. It actually works for Milky Way photography, and it brightens it'll brighten both the Milky Way or any other hydrogen alpha object. The other thing I do is I'll reduce stars, or I'll shrink stars. I think it's an option to shrink the stars, which makes, without taking all the stars out, it'll make the Milky Way a little more prominent. You have to be careful between, when you process your image, you want to make it beautiful. I try to make it beautiful yet realistic. So I try not to do things like strip the stars completely or balloon the Milky Way out so that it's this big thing and nothing else in the
Yes,
sky.
absolutely.
So there's a few different, I like
Yes.
doing single shots. So there's a few different options that I may not take based on what it is
Yes.
I'm trying to accomplish. So
Sure.
yeah,
Well,
it's worth playing around with.
we can try. This is a live star party. I never tried make a single picture of Milky Way with serial. I don't know. We can do it this. Well, first of all, I have one. I don't know if you can see the listen. Yes, okay. Because I have my monitor in my background. But in my back, I have the TV. Okay, it's great. Okay, listo, open. All time you can use the buyer to have the 3 channels. And maybe you can experiment a low or noise when I work with my computer because it's totally in full capacity, this computer. Well, okay.
Yeah, one thing, I don't worry too much about noise because the tools to denoise things have gotten better and better over the years. I do typically shoot not much higher than ISO 6400, but in like Bortle 1 skies, I've gotten away with ISO 8000, and I've seen ISO 10,000 shots that look just fine. So it's all about exposing the target and getting a clean shot. And I've done it with I plan on taking a stock camera that's got a ton of megapixels and seeing what I can do with that in the Bortle 1 skies. I'd like to test it in Bortle 2 skies first to see what kind of brilliant shot I can get there.
Yeah.
But then of course I'm going to use my camera that's modified, and that one I don't need to turn the ISO up as much because it can read a lot of the HA data. It's basically designed, and I also got a filter that I'm going to be testing, a CCD filter for the light pollution reduction. I'm looking forward to seeing what, as soon as the moon leaves the sky for a little bit, I'm looking forward to seeing what I can get.
Yes, something that totally, Adrian, something that, of course, that we are talking about, try another way to make something in our pictures, single pictures of not stacked pictures. Of course, that first of all, we need a raw image. Here you have a part of a roof. Here you have a part of Milky Way. Here you have the Southern Cross, the cold sack here. We are in the red channel. The first thing that we need to make is make a selection to make something that we can make is, we can extract maybe for this part. Okay. Now we are in color correction.
That's pretty nice.
Okay.
I do white balancing to try and make it, that color correction just looks like it does it for you.
Yeah, something that I don't make was, first of all, I need to make this, the auto stretch. Sorry. Okay, I have a first error. First is the auto stretch, and second one, I'm start here to make the color calibration. If you have in serial much better, do you know, maybe do you have a Southern Cross or something that this kind of system of recognition of stars, you can try with photometric color calibration. But here, maybe you don't have something to write. For example, you can try, for example, Southern Cross, and you can put fine, and maybe don't how do you say, don't find nothing. And maybe here you can try with called fine, and maybe this object is in the catalog, in symbol catalog, but you know, okay, I use it's a grand open area where I charge the value of the pixel of your camera, my camera, and the focal length. But I think that maybe is too confused for the program to say, for example, with a cold sack, and not really something that the program give you the recognized size of stars. And here I think that put a sign that say fail to recognize stars. My computer is thinking, but of course that I think that is impossible. But the second one is take a okay, plate solving file. Of course that is too difficult. Maybe if I put in this kind of program, if I put some stars, marking stars with the mouse, it's more possible to that the plate solve recognize constellations. It is possible, but today we can, or tonight, sorry, we can use only the color calibration that we use. That is only taking a part of the background. In color saturation, we can, of course, that I am in red color, but normally a normal value that I use. Let me check. Global is okay. Okay, we can check. Of course, that is more conservative, the kind of the picture. So another thing that we can make is well, band reduction is not necessary here. Maybe background extraction. Green. Another tool that we have here, remove green noise, is interesting because the green noise from CCDs work in the way to have a component of green color stronger than other colors. Okay. I think the same that Adrian. I go to Photoshop to put stronger way to Milky Way in color and shape. Okay.
Yeah, this I can see the benefits of this program, where you're taking it into different you're shooting it into different colors and then just putting them together. Yeah, those tools look like they're absolutely working to begin building the Milky Way image. Of course, the number one thing is data, and how much data you can get.
Yes.
And I tend to try and go where I can get a lot of data in a short time. So I would be struggling to pull the Milky Way out of that too.
Absolutely.
But you've got it. I mean, when you stretch the histogram, you pulled out a lot of detail in that section of the Milky Way, which you're helping me get familiar with, because this isn't this down here, the Eta Carinae region. So if you go down to the lower right, is that the Eta Carinae section with this bright area here?
Yes, we can make an area of without extracting.
Oh, I see what you're
background. Yes, and we can put, of course, that we are experimenting tonight. Sorry, one here is more to don't extract. The bright areas is where you don't need extract bright. Maxi, this is because you're late.
I was having a dinner, so I had to go for a minute.
Yes, I haven't traveled because we are experimenting alive. Okay, generate, extract, apply. This can be horrible or something great. I don't know. Well, some mistake is.
It's not so bad.
No, yes, but it's something interesting is that appear the black part of the roof of the wall. Sorry.
Yeah.
I don't know.
But yeah, if you look
yes, it's
at
something that we can carry to the Photoshop. We can save this image and open this with Photoshop. Here I have something that to resolve in this area and in this area too, because exists a conflict between the color of that is interesting to try, because it's an interesting tool, because between the conflicts between the landscape, Milky Way, stars is where you can try another effects to have, for example, here. I don't know. We can try something with the component of the Instagram. The histogram, not Instagram. Okay, but we can follow trying. But here from the original picture, you have a most
looks more detailed in the cold
more
side.
detail. Yes,
yeah,
yes.
It looks.
And do you have some color correction? I think that serial can be an option to try landscape pictures with Milky Way. And maybe it's something that we can finish in Photoshop for more details or more stronger color, like Eta Carinae nebula here. But I think that the tools of it's a software that can be very helping, especially because it's free. You don't have license and this is interesting because for people that can have another programs, they have options, because the people started from from a cell phone, or reflex camera for starting without telescope. And I think that the people can use this program more because it's have many steps, and the steps are more educative and more how do you say, more about astronomy, because the tools talk about astronomy. It's very interesting to try because it's a free tool. This is all for tonight for me.
Well, I think it fits. The Milky Way certainly looks kind of like a stellar stream. I know that was the part of the theme of tonight's star party, and you were imaging a stellar stream going across the sky. So
yeah,
so that works.
Sure. If you compare, I can give you only one thing more, that is the how I make the same picture with Photoshop. If only 1 minute. I'll open Photoshop. I'll share now in a few seconds. But first of all, I need to open another picture or the same. Where maybe we can change some information, but the effect is more spectacular. Open. Okay.
That is, if the computer will let you do it.
Yes. I try with the same in the most fast way. I try to put something more. How do you say, more easy to see, more bright in the same picture of the Milky Way. I waiting that Photoshop is opening, and I share. I took the
splash screen.
Only took the yes, absolutely, because
you need to change to SSD disk hard drive.
My computer. No, yes, sorry that I returned from the third party. My computer, my actual computer, that is my notebook. Is the A7, it's okay, but this is in the service, because the components that I need are important, and I need to wait maybe, I don't know, 2 months more. And I carry a computer from the office, impossible. Okay, it's impossible tonight. No. Next third party, global third party, we can try this, because it's impossible open a program and talk. No, because it's an administrative computer, and it's sorry. No, it's next week we can comparing some in a live. We can compare some
to that.
Yes, some the same that we can make in a live, but with Photoshop, and compare the two different results. But I think that, but well, maybe, only I can share my screen.
My astronomy mug, by the way.
yes, but here only my wallpaper is the same. My background of my screen is one of the pictures that I took only with Photoshop. Here you have the complete center of the Milky Way, but with only one picture of 30 seconds. But my idea is make this in a live, of course, change the original pictures, and we can make this together, Adrian, because we say, okay, touch less, down less, or touch the red channel. Okay. Well, it's a pleasure. It's only for tonight. It's only is this that I can make.
Thank you, Caesar. Thank you.
Thank you, Scott.
Thank you. Okay, so Maxi, are you ready to give a presentation here?
Yes, sorry for being late. I had to get dinner and well,
Sure.
Here I am.
Here you are.
Okay, good night, everyone. I'm Maxi Falieres from Argentina, and I want to show you what I've been doing a couple of days ago. We have some really good weather with a good jet stream, good seeing and everything. And I had my equipment outside for almost 2 nights. So I've been taking pictures of a lot of things. But first of all, for example, this is the live view that I had the morning of the 15th.
With the keepers.
Yeah, she was there all night long beside the equipment. They don't bite the cables or anything because, well, they learn to not do that. So
They're telescope dogs now.
They do that only one time.
Especially she, but here's Luna. She was beside of the equipment, and when I went outside, she was there and it was sleeping. Then it goes up. So, well, the 15th, I was taking pictures of too many objects. In this case, 4 objects. In this case, it was the C100 because this is in the catalog of Caldwell. And this is particularly it wasn't this place, sorry. I know, yes, it's the Running Chicken Nebula. This is almost practically hydrogen. You can see all is like red. But well, I was taking pictures for almost an hour and a half, and this is the example. No, sorry, it wasn't this. I think it is this. Is here we are. This is only the stacked image of this place. This is nearby of Carina Nebula, and you can see here that this is not dust. These are the
bog. I don't know how to say in English. The bog clouds. Or, yeah.
This is like dark clouds floating nearby these stars.
Black globules?
Exactly. Yeah.
Exactly, the black globules.
And also in this case, we have in the fringe of the picture, there's a lot of gas and dust, but also too much reflections to see it. Of course, if you have a narrow band filters, this is a huge place to take pictures. But well, I don't have it from now. Maybe in the future. So also I did pictures of this particular place, but this is a really huge hydrogen place, but I think you have spent very nice to grab a lot of information because it doesn't have too much info even when you're doing 5 minutes pictures. This is almost an hour of taking 5-minute pictures, and it's beautiful, and you can see it's a lot of stars, and this is nearby the Belpecula constellation. Then I want to what NGC. This is a well, this is a really good place for those who loves taking pictures of galaxies. I want to be clear. These are not processing images, only stacked and doing some DBA filter, but that's all. But here you have almost 4 particular galaxies, but also there's a lot in the background. For example, in this place, you are seeing here 1, 2, 3, 4, 5, 6, and more down, there's a globular galaxies, a cluster. There's another ones. It's a really good place.
It looks like some halo around the that one galaxy.
Yes, this one. Yes,
Yes.
it's gas and dust
Right.
surrounding the
Some of the
galaxy.
star stream.
So I think this is a good place to take pictures in Alberti, for example, without and taking a lots of hours of night, because I will have it practically on the zenith, so it's a good place to take. The another object, this was the Cat's Paw Nebula. I did some stacking. I was doing almost the night taking pictures from this place, but I didn't like the stacking. So of course I have a full moon almost. So but anyway, when I did the stack, I get all this, but I didn't did the DBA procedure to take the good background and everything, but you can see the cat's paw really big. And of course, this is also a hydrogen region, very rich. So I remember when I woke up that morning and I say, okay, what can I do next? I decide to get my equipment outside, but I want to start to do some planetary pictures. So I search for Venus, Saturn, and Jupiter. And in this case, I did this one. It was almost at, I don't remember, 7 a.m., something like that. This is Venus. Here we got Saturn. This is practically almost at daylight, and it was really good to see the rings, and starting now to see the South Pole.
It's amazing to observe the planets on the daylight. It's really nice.
Yeah, it's an amazing shot. You caught both Saturn and Jupiter during the day. It's very good.
We have here also Jupiter, and this is one moon here, but I don't remember what it was. But I only did the stack, did some wavelets, and that's all. Because I did not much information, and also it was in daylight. So the next night I went to another objects that I've been doing pictures. For example, in this case, it was this particularly open cluster. I really love this place, and when I get the stack, let me find the master light here. I only did in this place 1 minute pictures for almost 1 hour, but this is a really good place also for observe. when I sent this picture to Nico, he told me
What is that?
it's like a V.
Yes,
letter.
and I ran to Simbad to find that part of the sky and watch what was that. But I want to do a research
for finding double stars.
Yes.
Or maybe triple.
Yes, maybe it's a system.
So I was taking pictures of this place. Of course, this is also nearby in Valpecula constellation. I went to taking pictures to this place, but I didn't stack it. This is nearby Carina and another place that I've been doing pictures. But I didn't stack in this place. I almost taken half hour only, I think. But it's a good place to take pictures. The next one that I stacked, it was the sorry, it wasn't this. It wasn't the pictures that I posted on my Facebook page. It was the Gabriela Mistral Nebula. Let me show you this one. And let's open it here. I don't remember if yes. Here we go. This is a really good place. This is practically processed and gets colored. You know, this cluster is really good, and I really love the colors and of the background and also of the stars. And here we have the Gabriela Mistral Nebula. We can see this particular shape, and it looks like the profile of that poet of Chile. But also I call this the Palpatine Nebula because it looks like the Senator Palpatine of Star Wars. This is my opinion.
It's an amazing picture, Max, and that shapes reminds me like the border of a crater. It's stunning, that nebula.
And also for get a bonus here in, I think it was in this place that you told me.
Right there, that one. The right one of those two stars, that shiny dot is my double star.
This one?
No, the left. At the left.
This two?
In these two, the right one.
Ah, this one.
This
here,
one.
Here are two stars, and there are doubles. This is, well, of course, from Nico, double stars that he discovered. ANI1, that's right?
Yes, that's right.
So it was like a bonus of this picture, and well, I didn't know that it was there. He told me, and I said, "Oh man, that's really good." And the another object that I did the pictures to finish the session for almost the all night long. It was the I don't know if it calls right, the Shrimp Nebula, or la nebulosa la langosta, is in the tail of Scorpius, nearby the Cat's Paw Nebula. But I couldn't have really good information. This is, for example, the stacked picture. You can see here almost the core of this nebula. You have, this reminds me the Eagle Nebula of the Pillars of Creation. And let me do some DBA. I have here the software to get without the background. Let's do some screen transfer function to auto stretch it. And here we go. You know, when you see this, it will say, oh, no, that's nothing. But when you do the DBA, it shows you all the information that you have. And in this case, it's a really good place to take pictures. And another particular place that I like, I don't know if something of my pictures, but this place, because it gets contrast of the other places of this nebula. It's more like white nebula. But I don't know if it's an error of my pictures, so I didn't process this. I want to take another chance, a couple of weeks more to come. So, well, let me stop the screen, and that's my little presentation for tonight.
Thank you, Nico. I really enjoy, in particular, the images of the globules. You know, I'd always heard of Bach globules and read about Bach and his wife and the work, pioneering the work they did on the Milky Way. But I didn't know about Thackeray, so I was kind of diving into that a little bit. And in the running chicken, the Bach globules are also called Thackeray's globules. So it wasn't known until, I think, 1990, until they could actually prove that these globulars were, you know, hiding embryonic stars. So it's fascinating to learn about the process of star birth and that whole cycle. So thank you very much. Thank you very much.
Thank you to you, Scott, and all the audience.
Okay, so up next is Robert Fugate. Robert joined us on the last Global Star Party and discussed, he ended his discussion on astrophotography, and I knew that we didn't get you know, enough time with him during our last GSP, and so he's taken another deep dive into his process. Really fortunate to have him on our program, and it's an honor to have you on, Robert. So thank you for joining us on the 91st Global Star Party.
Okay, Scott, thank you very much. Actually, just call me Bob.
Bob, is that okay?
Yeah, that's perfect.
Okay.
I'm a pretty informal guy, so.
Oh, okay, that's good. I am too.
That would be great.
That'd be easier. All right.
And I'm really fascinated by all of the presentations tonight and the imagery. And I have to admit that when I started seeing some of Adrian's images, I added a few more to my presentation. So, but I'll try to make this not so long so that we're not here all night. At any rate, let me try to share my screen and see if we can get started. What I wanted to talk about tonight was some models I've made of sky brightness and how to use that in computing signal to noise in deep sky images. So, excuse me. This first picture shows where I live. This is Albuquerque, New Mexico, and they've recently had a big campaign here, like in a lot of other places, to convert to white LEDs, which are, of course, very broad spectrum and make any kind of filtering really, really difficult. This particular picture was made, there's a mountain east of Albuquerque called the Sandias. And there's a place you can drive up and visit and take pictures, and it's called Sandia Crest. It's at 10,600 feet above sea level. And my house, which I've tried to show here just out of the frame, is at 6,200 feet. So this is about 6,000 or 4,000 feet higher than where I live and gives a nice view. But what you see, if you can, in this picture is a lot of white lighting in the city. And it's it's like I say, really a problem. So I ran across on the internet a fellow in Poland, actually, who made a homemade spectroscope, or something to measure spectra with. And it's basically a little ZWO camera and a prism. And he's been measuring what his night sky looks like. It seems to be really hard to find spectra of night sky, of the night sky. And so this was one of the best ones I found. They still have some sodium lights there. You can see a big sodium spike here at 589 nanometers. But mostly it's all of this light is coming from white LEDs. And of course, when we add filters, you know, the black here is a typical luminance filter. The blue outline is a blue filter. The green is a green filter. And amazingly enough, the red box is a red filter. And then I tried to show in a little darker red here, hydrogen alpha and sulfur 2. And these are not to scale in terms of width because they're very much narrower in this. And I actually have 3 nanometer filters, which I've really come to appreciate here in my light pollution. And over here is, of course, oxygen 3 and kind of the just shy of the real green. So all of the broadband filters, L, R, G, and B, let all this white light through, and it's something we have to deal with. And so in trying to quantify that, here's an example. This is a photograph, an image I made looking northeast away from the city. I live on the northeast side of the city. So if I look northeast, I'm looking away from the city, and that's the darkest part of the sky. So this is made with my Takahashi and ZWO ASI 6200, and it's through a green filter. So, and it's a 1 minute exposure. And you don't really see much gradient in 1 minute. You know, there's typically a light pollution gradient because, you know, the image is brighter on one side than the other based on where the majority of the light's coming from. And so I've drawn a line across the middle of the sensor here and read out the pixel values, which we can plot. Now, I used a program, I have the home edition of Mathematica, but other things like Fitz Liberator and whatnot will allow you to, there's lots of programs that will allow you to measure the pixel values in your image. And so here's what they look like. Now, in the statistics of understanding signal to noise, I just want to comment that what you normally would do is look at one pixel over time. So you would really take a picture, read out the value of that pixel, you take another picture, and you would do that thousands of times in order to develop some statistics. Well, the modern sensors are so good, pixel to pixel, that it's essentially equivalent to take one picture and look at a bunch of different pixels. And that gives you an idea about the shot noise, caused by the random arrival of photons. And as probably a lot of you know, this obeys something called Poisson statistics, which means that if I look at the average value, this red line that runs through the middle, and I don't know if how well my cursor shows up here, but
it shows up just fine.
Okay, I have a fattened bright red cursor, but I didn't turn it on. I should have been on the ball here. I don't do this enough to become a professional presenter. But at any rate, because it is Poisson statistics, the RMS value, and the RMS value is the root mean square value of all this variability here, this noise, this shot noise, if I take the average value and take the square root of that, then I have a measure of the noise. And so sort of plus or minus the mean, which is plus or minus the square root of the mean, gives me how much noise I have. And I can use that as a metric to calculate a signal to noise. In order to convert photons to electrons, you need to just know what the gain of your camera is in terms of electrons per ADU or digital number or whatever units you're using.
So would that be for like a mirrorless or digital SLR? Would that be the ISO, or is that a different?
Yeah, it's a little harder to figure out for some of the DSLRs or mirrorless cameras what these conversion factors are, but they are available around on the internet. So if you hunt around, you can find what, and there are there are these guys that spend their life measuring sensors and DSLRs and mirrorless cameras. I think one of the sites is called Photons to Photos or something like that. He gives all of this information in great detail for almost every camera made.
Okay,
so these numbers are, if you hunt around, you'll find them.
Okay, yeah, I'd be curious because one of the cameras I've been using is an A7R4 from Sony.
Right.
And despite the number of megapixels it has, which is kind of a simplistic thing, I've been pretty happy with its low light performance, similar to what I'm seeing out of my Canon 6D. So that's some homework for me to go look up some numbers and see what I guess it's rating, signal to noise on how. I bet it does a pretty good job with the with it. So yeah.
So the actual so what we're seeing here is noise caused by the sky. It's the noise in the signal, if you call it a signal from the sky. Now, what is convenient is to try to characterize, when you're looking at a photo like this one, or one row of the pixels in the photo, is to characterize how bright the sky was when you took the photo. And so I think a lot of us have these sky quality meters that are little handheld radiometers.
I'll be getting mine soon.
Okay. I carry mine with me most places I go, and just because I'm curious about, how dark the sky gets. But basically what this does is it integrates light on a detector and compares it to a reference voltage. And when it reaches that reference, that gets converted to a brightness in magnitudes per square arc second. And the one I use has they have a couple of models. I have the one that has a lens in it that limits its field of view to about 20 degrees. And that's handy if you're looking in a particular direction in the sky with your telescope. You can sort of hold this up alongside and see how bright the sky is in the direction you're looking. So as I move around, here's some examples. Here are the SQM readings in magnitudes per square arc second for my backyard during full moon. And here it is with no moon. So it's quite a lot darker, even though I'm still fighting a lot of light pollution when there is no moon. So it's still a good scenario when you're trying to do broadband imaging. And then I have a friend who has a cabin in the Gila National Forest in sort of southwestern New Mexico, which is really quite often they're a Bortle 1 scenario. And it's an interesting war story. Is the first time I went down there in, I think, 2015, I had my sky quality meter. I pointed it up to the sky and I held the button down, and after about 30 seconds, it had no reading. And I thought it was broken. I mean, it makes a little ticking noise, you know, when it's integrating, but so I tried it again and, you know, nothing. So I changed the battery in it. I had a spare battery. I put a new battery in it, and no difference. And finally, I just kept holding the button down. And after a minute and 15 seconds, it made a reading, 22.00.
Wow.
So it just kind of blew me away.
That's as dark as it gets.
That's as dark as it gets. And I'll show you some pictures that I've made from there. They're kind of nightscapes, a few deep sky pictures, but it's truly, you know, getting to a truly dark site like that is really worth the effort. And so, you know, I of course highly recommend it if it's at all feasible for you. So so here's my sky brightness model. And so what I have plotted here are my SQM readings from various times and places. And over here, I'm plotting the number of photo-detected electrons. So I've converted the ADUs to electrons, number of photo-detected electrons per pixel per minute. And when you're computing signal-to-noise ratios, you really need to use electrons. You know, it's a voltage. And that's what you need when you're computing signal to noise ratios. So I've drawn some colored bands here. This is kind of a range of sky brightness values I see in my backyard and what I see when the full moon is out. Over on the right, the far right, is my friend's place in the Gila. And it's typically 21.95 to 22, sometimes a little less. And then John Briggs, who was on earlier, lives in Magdalena, and I've made quite a few measurements there, and that's sort of this area. So it's a really good approximation to Bortle 1, but not quite. And, you know, it varies from Bortle 2 to Bortle 3. Now, these curves are not all straight, and part of that is due to the fact that the sky isn't, you know, the brightness of the sky isn't white, so to speak. It's not uncolored. And also, when you get into the Gila kind of darkness, you see air glow, and you see other things like zodiacal light. And, you know, people that complain about that as light pollution, you know, we need to do something to those people because they should be so lucky, right?
That's right.
So any rate, in general, though, these curves, you know, if the sky were white and not colored, or favor one color over another, or didn't have an uneven spectrum, these curves should actually have a slope that's proportional to 1 over 2.5 to the delta M. So if I go, you know, 2 magnitudes, that's about a factor of 6 or so, which means that's, you know, how the noise is going to scale as you go from one sky brightness to another. So let me show you some pictures from the Gila, from this black band here. Here's 30 seconds at f2.8 with a 14 millimeter lens on a Nikon D810 at ISO 800. This is zodiacal light. The reason I took this picture was I was looking for an asteroid about in here. And, you know, I was like, wow, I've got all this background light when I'm trying to see this 19th magnitude asteroid. And so that just gives you an idea of, you know, this is kind of the spring arm of the Milky Way here. We're looking west. Orion here is just setting. And this color in the sky is air glow. So
yeah, I'm happy to say that I've taken some pictures with that same color. Kenton, Oklahoma, I think approaches some of the similar darkness to Gila.
I'm sure it does. Yeah.
Yep. And yeah, I've got some air glow looking like that. So
I'll show you some more air glow here in just a minute.
Yeah.
So here's another picture. I was at this, when I was down there this time, I had a bunch of cameras set up and I was running around and tending to them. This is 379 seconds.
Nice.
At f2.8, same camera, same ISO, same lens. It's a Nikon Zoom 14-24, and I had it set at 14 here. And here again, you can see some vestiges of air glow. And you know, it's especially interesting because it occurs in bands quite often. And I had this on a tracker, but I didn't make a composite, so you can see the horizon's a bit blurred. So while I was doing this on this same trip, and oh, by the way, here you can see Ursa Major right on the horizon over here.
Yeah.
So this is Polaris, just to get you oriented, and here's Andromeda. So I had some problem with one of my cameras, and I was tending to it for quite a long while, and I had forgotten that I had my other DSLR running, and it took a 2,025 second exposure.
Holy smokes.
And, you know, so when I looked at this in any detail, I thought, is there anything like reciprocity failure in CCD or CMOS cameras? Because why isn't it this just all white, you know, after 34 minutes? And of course, you can see tons of air glow here. And all of these stars are just totally whacked, saturated. But this really speaks to how dark the sky is when you're in a Bortle 1 scenario.
You know, I had noticed that whenever I shoot Bortle 1, I would actually up the ISO. I didn't shoot for as long, but I noticed that I could get away with longer exposures and get more signal. And I think that you just proved that out.
What you get is more amplification. It doesn't get you more light, of course.
Right.
And it does reduce your dynamic range when you turn the ISO up. And so if your sensor is so-called ISO invariant, then it's best to shoot wherever the minimum read noise is, and that's typically around 400 or 800 for Sony and Nikon cameras. The Nikon sensors that I have are made by Sony.
Yeah.
So they all kind of have the same characteristic. But at any rate, that's a very long discussion, and we should, you know, get somewhere and talk about it sometime. So here's some more air glow. Now this is a composite. My friend's place, they actually have what they call a bed and telescope. And
nice.
So this is the bed. So the foreground here was 3 minutes at f2 with the 40 millimeter Sigma Art lens, again on the D810 at ISO 800, and the sky was a single 30-second with the same lens, but opened up to f1.6, and but it really shows in just 30 seconds. It shows lots and lots of air glow. So here's a couple of others, since it's streams of stars. Here's one. This is a different camera. This is a D850, and it's lower ISO 400, and it was shot. Let's see. This thing is covering up my. Hold on.
You have 180 seconds f1.8.
Yeah, I couldn't stand by. Let me go back. Okay, so it's 3 minutes at f1.8, and it's basically the Milky Way core area.
Mm-hmm.
And here's another one I think that's similar, but this is back to the D810.
Yeah.
So, you know, it's just I think to me, the best part of being in a Bortle 1 sky is just being in the sky.
Yeah.
And being out there and looking at it with your eyeball. I mean,
I would agree.
It is just absolutely marvelous and gorgeous.
Yeah.
So, so what I wanted to talk about was this little simplified signal to noise ratio model. And because it's Poisson statistics for random arrival of photons, which occurs for the target or the object, the sky, and for dark current, the signal to noise, since the noise is the square root of the signal, it goes like, you know, the signal, this would be the total integrated signal over, if you're doing subs, how, you know, all of the subs.
Okay.
And then because these are independently random variables, we need to add their variances and take the square root. And so these, you know, these noise numbers here, this is like the square of the noise inside the bracket here. But the read noise is a number, you know, that occurs each time you read out the camera. So it's just the read noise squared. And if we then break this down a little bit more into the sub-exposure time and the, let's see, I guess I'm still getting some funny indication here. And then here is the rate at which we're collecting signal. So this is now like electrons per second. And then over here, this is the total integration time divided by the sub exposure time, which is just the number of subs. And so this comes out to what we're all familiar with, is that, you know, the quality of your image increases as the square root of the number of subs, which is kind of a disappointment because that's a slowly varying function. So to get some idea how this is useful, here's a plot of the Witch Head Nebula, which is not super faint, but it's not super bright either. It's not like Orion, of course. It's a broadband target, and this is for an L filter. And I've determined that for my telescope and setup through this L filter, I get 5.6 photo detection electrons per minute. I mean, that in and of itself is just kind of amazing when you think about it. You know, this is because there's a quantum efficiency and optics transmission involved. This is maybe 7 or 8 photons per minute. That's our signal. And so this is a plot of signal to noise per pixel versus the total integration time. In this case, the numbers are in hours. For 2 locations, Albuquerque is the green curve, always lower, and the Gila, which is the orange curve. The blue curve is what we would get if we had no read noise in our detector. We had essentially a perfect detector, and we had no light pollution in the sky. The sky was totally black. We had no dark current. We had no read noise. The reason this isn't a straight line, of course, is because there's still noise in our signal. And the target that we're looking at still has noise in it. But, you know, our objective here and all of what we do in astrophotography is try to move these 2 curves as close to this one as we can get. And for broadband imaging, you can see I'm a ways off. This is a log scale over here. So I have a long way to go if I'm in a bright sky. I have not nearly as far to go if I'm in a dark sky. And this model includes a read noise of 1.5 electrons and an almost insignificant amount of dark current. And so here in Albuquerque, you know, if you can get a signal to noise of 5 in your image, it's a pretty good image. And here is that Witch Head Nebula that I took here in my backyard in Albuquerque. And this particular image involves 100 1-minute exposures and then 40 1-minute exposures for RG and B for a total of 3.67 hours. And so that falls over here about in this region. And, you know, it's a pretty good, oh, wait, wrong direction. In this, you know, over here. So I'm probably less than a signal to noise of 5 in this image, but it's not bad for, you know, light pollution. And by the way, I don't have it here, but I've annotated this image in PixInsight using the Gaia catalog and determined that the limiting magnitude in this image is 19. Okay, so now for narrowband, it's a whole new ball game because I'm really blocking most of the sky. And if we look at our model and ask, you know, how much signal are we getting, or how much background are we getting from the sky? In the Gila, it's 0.007 electrons per second. And even in Albuquerque, it's only 0.05. This is with H alpha. And I looked at the Spaghetti Nebula when I was down in the Gila. I only had 40 minutes or so because it was setting. It was way too late in the season, but I wanted to give it a try and compare it with Albuquerque. And I got about 1.8 photodetected electrons per minute per pixel. So a couple of photons per minute is in the brightest, and that's the brightest part of the nebula. I'll show you in a second. So, but this shows that even in Albuquerque with a narrowband, a 3 nanometer filter, you know, in 2 hours, I can get a signal to noise of 8. And it's only 10 or 12 in the Gila. Now, you know, so that basically means a 3 nanometer filter makes Albuquerque look like the Gila, but only for emission targets. Right. So that's of course the downside. So here's my integrated image, and this was 80 minutes of total exposure. Wow. And there's so little oxygen, I shouldn't have wasted my time on the oxygen and should have spent all of it probably on H alpha.
It's beautiful.
So somebody had a comment?
Yeah, me, I said it's beautiful.
Oh, thank you. So what this, you know, this is almost a trivial comment next, but so what it means is for narrowband filters, if I increase, for emission targets, if I increase the bandwidth of my filter, I don't get any more signal. These emission lines are very narrow. They're much narrower than any filter we can make that we can afford. So they're much narrower than 3 nanometers, much narrower than 1 nanometer. So here's 2 images, one made with an R filter of Orion, you know, like the brightest thing around, and another made with an H alpha filter. And here they're plotted in terms of electrons per pixel again. And of course, the R filter being nearly 30 times as wide lets in all this background sky and the accompanying shot noise with it. So the message is, for emission targets, the signal does not increase when the filter bandwidth is increased. Now we have to be careful, of course, because if you have a really fast telescope, narrow filters, the way they're made as with stacks of material, interference filters, they have a spectral shift for fast telescopes. So one needs to be careful about, losing signal when you're using these with like RASAs or hyper telescopes at like f2. Now, for a broadband target, here I'm looking at Andromeda. It turns out when you increase the bandwidth of the filter, the signal does go up because it's everywhere. And here I'm showing 280 nanometer L filter and an 86 nanometer green filter, and the actual measured signal on the detector for those two filters. So for broadband targets, the signal does increase when the filter bandwidth is increased. And so if we use the little model that I've built, we can see that in the case of Orion, where I'm using a narrowband filter, an H alpha filter at 3 nanometers, I get much bigger signal to noise than if I'm using a red filter at 100 nanometers. Whereas for Andromeda, I'm better off using an L filter to get more signal to noise. And of course, this is one of the reasons that people do LRGB imaging for broadband targets. Now, this may not always be true. It depends on how bright the target is and what its particular spectral content is. So, at any rate, that's kind of mostly what I had to talk about. I wanted to show 2 more images. This was down in the Gila. The one thing about the Gila is, even after 45 minutes, you can't see the ground. And so it's really hard to just walk around.
Right.
Without stumbling. And, but what that means is when you point an f1.4 40 millimeter lens at Orion, and this is not an IR modified camera, you see stuff like this in 5 minutes. This is a total of 5 minutes of integration.
Incredible.
And so then recently I picked up a used Nikon Z6, a mirrorless camera. I had it modified. This is the only modified camera I have. And so this is 18 minutes at f1.6. Oh, this should not be 135. This should be 105. The same Sigma art lens you saw from some pictures in the Gila. But this was made only a 20-minute drive from my driveway.
Wow. On
the east side of the Sandia Mountains, where it's like 1.3 magnitudes darker. And so this is 18 minutes of exposure, and I really like the colors and things that one can see here. Of course, you see satellite streaks here since Orion is smack dab in the middle of the geobelt.
Sure.
And this is a composite. I actually don't have the information about the landscape in the foreground here, but this was made in the National Forest just on the east side of Albuquerque. So that's what I had to present tonight.
Very nice. Very nice. I'm really, it makes me really want to go to Gila. Or is it pronounced Gila or Gila?
Gila. It's Gila.
Gila. Okay.
Really nice, Bob.
Oh yeah, we'll have to talk some more because you've really piqued my interest on getting images and taking into account the capabilities of the sensors inside the cameras that I'm using.
Right.
And because I typically would just up the I'd up the ISO, and then I'd use my noise reduction tools to pull some of the luminance noise out that I would end up with, and still end up with decent images, but I could see a higher ceiling using basically setting the gain here, the ISO, to a level at which the camera, that sensor, where like the signal to noise ratio is, I guess, optimum,
Right.
And then exposing for the right amount of time with as wide open a lens as I can get. A lot of the lenses I have some 1.4, 1.8 lenses on the Sonys. All of my Canon lenses where I have my modifications are f2.8.
Yeah.
And some of them are actually, I have an f2.8, a larger f2.8 lens coming to do more, slightly narrower deep sky stuff. So it's something that I'll be experimenting with. And in September, I do get to go to Kenton, Oklahoma. So I get to play around with the dark skies there. I think they'll be comparable to Gila in terms. I saw all of the stuff that you were able to image down at while we were in Kenton. We saw the fall zodiacal light, so it went the other way,
Right.
and
Right.
Orion was on the other side of it.
Right.
So it was it was beautiful. Like I also appreciate how you said, just look at it. I mean, I took the picture of Orion and the fall zodiacal light after walking out of the camper and seeing it with my own eyes.
Right.
And I froze for about 2 minutes just looking at that. And then I ran to go get the camera. So yeah, I really appreciate the information you're sharing.
Okay, thank you.
Martin Eastburn, watching on YouTube, says, nice presentation, Bob. I'm an old physics type with years of EE. I'm into jitter in the femtoseconds. I'm into jitter in the femtoseconds.
Okay.
So there you go. Bob, thank you so much for coming on and showing us your beautiful images and giving us insight into the signal to noise ratio, how you can measure it, and how you can use filters to best serve your imaging needs. So that's very cool. Very cool. I look forward to having you on next time. Again, thank you.
Okay.
Yeah.
Thank you.
So up next is Nico Arias, or Nico the Hammer, as we like to call him. Nico is again with our group down in Argentina. And Nico, you want to come on?
Hey, how are you, Scott? Hi, everyone. I hope you are having a great night. We have a really nice CSP tonight, and I am really happy to be back.
Yeah, we're happy to have you back.
Okay, well, let me share my screen. I have some prepared.
Now, for those of you that might be watching out there that have not, and you don't know about Nico, he is one of the astrophotographers out there that has done so much with so little. He often makes images, deep sky images, using his Dobsonian telescope without any drive, any electronics, other than the electronics that are running his camera. So, of course, he also has a equatorial mount, and he does some long tracking type of astrophotography as well. But he will surprise you on what can actually be done.
Yes, most of my images are taken with my Dobson because I really enjoy to be with my Dob and to try to find the right short exposures, and it's really fun. And tonight we will talk about that because we are starting the planetary season. So I called my presentation to get up early to greet the neighbors.
Good.
This morning, this very morning, I woke up at 5 a.m. and I already checked that it will be a really stand atmosphere. So I want to do my first shots on Saturn, and this is an simulation about the skies on this morning. And we have Saturn, we have Mars, we have Venus and Jupiter. Jupiter is really low in the horizon, so I will wait maybe 1 or 2 months more. and I like to show to people when they ask me how I find the planets on the sky, that you can watch with different softwares the positions in the sky, but it's really nice to understand that our orbit, our position in orbit is changing, and that's why you have a season with the planetaries rising in the east, and in a few months we will watch them maybe at midnight on the zenith, and that's all because the Earth orbit is getting closer. Mars, Jupiter, Saturn, and it's really it's a really nice topic to talk to people who is trying to enter in this world. So, as I say, I started this morning with the Lord of the Rings, the Saturn, and I have a little clip of one of the videos I shot, and to show you how you can see the planet moving in the screen, because my Dobsonian has no tracking and no motor. I go back there, and I make my videos like this, and you will see how I correct the position every few seconds, and I make videos in about 1.5 minutes. You see my hand shaking there. This is my motors are there. And as my camera is a monochromatic camera, I need to make the 4 channels, the LRGB channels. This is the stacks. The first thing that stunned me this morning was that before putting my camera, I obviously put my eye in the eyepiece, and it's shocking how every year you see Saturn the moving, the rings are moving, and we can see this year the south hemisphere of Saturn, and it's amazing that in a few months you can see several changes in the position. Well, this is when I apply the
wow.
the wavelets with Registag.
Mm-hmm.
And this is the composition of the
very nice
the 4 bands. And I also made stretch it more the channels to see a little moons of Saturn. I really love these compositions with the moons of Saturn. And well, I was out, so I really missed Mars. So it's really far away, but it shows little details. You can see some terrain details and the South Pole, and I think that I will make several captures of Mars in the few months to see how big it gets in time when we are getting closer. And the last was the Venus. These days I was making shots of Venus. This is a few days ago and in daylight, and this is from this morning. And I am using an ER pass filter for the luminance, and I could get more stable Venus, and I can play with the color saturation. It's really nice. I really want now a UV filter for the clouds, but it's amazing to get these images of Venus. It's stunning. So this was my little presentation. This is how what I was doing this very morning.
Wonderful. Wonderful.
Nico,
thank you very much. Thank you.
Scott.
Yeah, it's always a pleasure.
Yes, for me
Well,
too.
yeah, wonderful. We have now got to the end of the 91st Global Star Party. I want to thank all of our presenters. I want to thank our guests who are watching right now. We started out this program, of course, with David Levy. We had John Goss from the Astronomical League on, Dave Eicher from Astronomy Magazine, John Briggs from the Alliance of Historical Observatories, Tony Cook, retired amateur astronomer from Griffith Park Observatory, with all that history. Tony Cook, will be back, I think, with more historical type discussions. I think that you'll find what his experiences to be very fascinating. Jonathan Fay from the Worldwide Telescope, genius programmer in visualization and imaging for Microsoft. You haven't seen the last of some of his amazing programming. If you look him up and, with the words Microsoft in your search, you'll find he's done some astounding work for that company. Simon Lewis down from New Zealand, showing us the historical observatory that was destroyed during the earthquake and now is being rebuilt. Marcelo Souza with the message about the activity of the sun, and hopefully we don't have a major Carrington event, but it's happened before. It'll probably happen again. So, but that's just the way the universe rocks. So, Adrian Bradley with his beautiful Nightscapes, showing us the poetic landscape views that he dives into. Cesar Brolo came on with us and to talk about astrophotography. Bob Fugate with equally remarkable deep sky images, just really breathtaking. Really makes me want to get out to New Mexico to see those skies again. But showing us the way of how to use our gear and exposures and skill to get the best possible deep sky images. And then of course Nico showing the amazing images of Saturn that he did. So we will pause the Global Star Party for only 1 week, and then resume for the next Tuesday, as I have to go out of town on business. So, but thanks a lot, and until that time, you guys keep looking up, and wishing you clear and dark skies. Bye-bye.
Thank you, Scott.
Thank you.
Thank you, Scott. See you guys.
Have a good night,
So
everyone.
long, everybody.
Good night.
Bye-bye.